switch table.
Mobile communication. Mobile can just walk around. Are we getting another table?
Ça n'a pas été un coup de foudre, mais c'est juste une histoire d'amour qui dure depuis longtemps.
People are uncomfortable because they are not sitting on the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. We are proceeding with our program here. We've seen that you have been using the IAF app and the Slido already very intensively. Please keep on doing that, asking your questions. And I will move to the third high-level panel, Plenary, for today, which is titled Space as a Toolbox for Climate Action Now. And the moderator of this panel, again, will be Dr. Emma Gatti. Please, Emma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Christian. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back. Okay, allow me to invite the next set of guests, which has the challenging goal to keep you awake for the next hour. So, first guest is Phil Evans, Director General at EUMETSAT. Welcome, Phil. Here on my left. Thank you. Our second speaker is Einar Bjørgo, the director at the United Nations Satellite Center, UNOSAT. Willkommen, Einar, please. And our next speaker is Anke Kaiser-Pizzalla, the chair of the DLR Executive Board. And please welcome Lionel Souchet, the chief operating officer at the Centre National d'Études Spatiales. Bonjour, Lionel. Éric Laliberté, the Director at General Space Utilization at the Canadian Space Agency. Bonjour. Bonjour, Éric. And of course, last but not least, you should know him by now, we have Christian Hagle Hansen, the Director General at the Norwegian Space Agency. Thank you, Christian. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's get started with session 3. It's been a very interesting morning. We had several interesting inputs from session 1, session 2. Allow me to give you a bit of context of how we're going to run this session for you, of course, and for the audience. The first part, we're going to open a bit a dialogue with what has been said before, because we want to pick up on what the end user said. They have needs, they have gaps, they made clear that there are some issues that they need to be tackled. So this is now the occasion from the perspective of agencies and public sectors to actually tackle these issues and bring your perspective. So the first part is going to be a bit of dialogue about what has been said before. And then in the second part, we're going to move on the actual title, Space as a Toolbox for Climate Action Now. So the question that I'm going to pose to all of you is how space can actually do something concrete for climate issues. And there are studies that say that when you speak about a problem, why the problem is happening, is actually more engaging, so stick with the people more. So allow me to bring a bit of an example from my personal experience. I'm Italian, and last year, Italy went through a 1 year of 12 months of complete drought. There were 48 degrees in Sicily. And this year, we had, in 2 weeks, the rain of 2 years, okay? And I don't know if you saw the New York Times. There have been floods everywhere in Emilia-Romagna, in the central part region. The agricultural lands have been covered with muds. Entire families, entire population have been displaced. What does this mean? This means that the emergency is real, and the emergency is now. Studies say that in 80 years, Venice is going to be underwater, disappeared. So my question for you is, are we ready for the emergencies? Are we ready to tackle this kind of emergency? Because, of course, today is Venice, tomorrow is Houston, and the day after tomorrow is the entire Bangladesh. 170 million people that might be displaced. So climate change, as we said this before, is not just about melting ice. That's just the tip of the iceberg, sorry for the pun. It's going to have incredible socio-economical effects on our society, on human beings, on culture, on agriculture, on economies. Are we ready to tackle this emergency? Is space ready? Can inform on how we can structure the next emergency? And of course, can we avoid the worst-case scenario? Can we inform politicians? Can we inform the community? Can we do actually something concrete that is in our hands to avoid that in 100 years' time we live on a deserted rocks with no biodiversity, no animals, no plants, and we have to displace all the coastal communities to Oklahoma because there is a sea level rise? So this is my question for you. It's a question for you panelists. It's a question for the space community. And my personal opinion is that if 100 years' time we ended up like that, we have not done our job properly today. So the stage is yours. So who want to start to be challenged by me? Christian, I'm going to open with you. We heard from panel 2 that there are some concrete issues that the end users are facing. They made example of like inaccessibility to data, low resolutions data, data that are not tailored to suit the needs of the local communities, because of course global climate change is a global issue that reflects on local communities. So how do you respond? They also highlighted the need to build from the ground up. They don't like the idea that inputs only comes from Europe, from the big agencies, and then there is no institutions, no local structures that can actually bring all this data to action. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And to start off with 2 observations. First of all, there was a high degree of consensus, I think, in the high-level panel too, in the fact that there is a void. The other part of that is that is kind of discouraging, because they all were saying that we have a lot of mechanisms, we have a lot of data sourcing, we have a lot of expertise, but somehow we are not able to, for different reasons, to actually reach out. We are trying to reach out, and with goodwill. And I think this is important, that we are all doing this for a good purpose, but how this is perceived and received from the potential end user is really important to discuss. And I think one element that was taken up, and there was many good comments in the second panel, was the fact that the end user, the ones who are actually trying to implement this, they're not necessarily tech expert. The content may be there of the Earth observation data or the formats or the procedures, but you need to have something that enables them to actually expedite this. There was talk on the law enforcement element. I mean, if you're looking at the local communities, how are you actually, even though you have actionable items, how will you transfer that into something that they really will need? So I'm sure we'll get back to that, but that was my first take. There is a consensus that there is a void, but it's maybe not a consensus how to close that.
Thank you. Anke, what do you say? Like, they spoke about a lot of detailed technological issues like low resolution, accessibility to data. What is your perspective? Does the DLR tackle some of these issues? What do you think?
Yeah, so you just described the emergency currently in Italy, which are really devastating. We had flooding in Germany in the Our Valley, which is quite a catastrophe, and we have also had the fires in the Grunewald, and we have all seen the disaster in Turkey, which was not so long ago. Those all were, in fact, disasters where space data was essential for the forces that came to the rescue. Where space data was also essential in order to really find out where you could still pass roads, which ways you still had to access those in emergency, to see, for instance, in case of the fires in Grunewald, the size of the area where, in fact, the fire was, and you could also see in which directions the fire went. Those were essential data. What made us really helpful in that case was that we had done, in fact, a lot of training together with the authorities. So in particular, in the Grunewald, we benefited a lot from the fact that we had done joint stages already where we worked together, so that everybody knew whom to address, and that it was pretty clear on what the hotlines in case of emergency were, how to reach people, how to get into contact, and how to get the data used so that it could be used best. In case of Turkey, that was, of course, much more difficult because the area was much more complex. It took quite more time, and we saw that it's really essential to have a plan and to have quite a lot of plans, in fact, in order to be able to adapt to the situation. And that's, in fact, a real challenge, because that means that you have to have proper preparation for these kinds of emergencies. In the ATA, we were pretty lucky because we, at that time, had a helicopter just equipped for a research mission with the right sensors. And that was pure luck. And we really hope that the authorities have learned from that fact, and that it's going to be helicopters with that kind of equipment, or planes with that kind of equipment that will be there in future, available in case of any of these kinds of catastrophes, in addition to the satellite data. Because that gives you a lot more local resolution.
Thank you, Anke. Phil, picking up on what Anke just said and what has been said before about the lack of human capital, the lack of people on the ground able to process the data. I know that you had a very long career in operational forecasting. Can you comment on this? Are there any other inputs that you heard from session 2 that you can comment on?
I think generally the point, it's probably 2 points that are most important. The first one is I think end users are very often drowning in data and starving for information. So I don't think definitely some of the issue is the right human capital, the people with the right experience, the people with the skills to use data. But I think there's a more fundamental issue, and particularly in crises and emergency events. more information does not make decision-making quicker or easier or often better. So I think there's a critical issue for the space community and for other communities that we need to start with the decisions that people are making and think about how we can support those decisions that people are making in the best possible way. Because it's only when someone makes a decision based on the data that we're providing that actually a benefit to society occurs. So I think that's really important. Now, we all know that understanding user requirements is important, and you've heard that a lot today. I think the surprising thing for me, and I've worked with emergency responders for 10 years, is even though you work closely with them, you think you know the decisions they make and the information they want, and actually it's very easy to be mistaken. With all the best intention in the world, it's hard work to really understand what end users want and need. And I think that's important for us as a community to really get to the bottom of that.
This is very good input. Some very good feedback from the previous session. Actually, we struggle to understand end users. Eric, please.
Yeah, I want to add to what Phil and Chris have been saying, and we've heard so many things about the end user and understanding their needs. And I think the first challenge that we have is really a communication challenge, really going to understand, because it's not just about information, as you point out, it's about the right information, not too much, but the right information. And I think that when we understand that, and I think when we were talking about the law enforcement example or deforestation, there's the whole value chain, or now it looks more like a tree than a chain because there's many inputs and many outputs, but we need to understand that and we need to connect better. But the thing is, and I've been using that phrase a few times, is I consider space agencies to be the space solution architects. So, but architects go to the client and figure out what they want in the end. So even the end user shouldn't necessarily jump to the conclusion. If they, some have the knowledge and skill set to do so, but they shouldn't jump to the conclusion that it's higher resolution, higher frequency. It may not be the short-term solution, it may be the longer-term solution, but we need to understand what they're going to use it for, and then we can do a better job at making sure that we understand them and we go forward with solutions.
So a bit of lack of communication between the two sides.
I would say improvement.
Okay.
Not necessarily lack, but certainly improvement.
Lionel, what's your point?
Yes, yes, we have to listen to the end users, but the end users are changing a lot, because at the beginning we were used to work with very small communities devoted to one space system. We had a satellite, a ground segment, a community, and that's it, and silos like this. Mm-hmm. And people were okay with that. Huh? And now things are changing a lot, and we have to work with wider and wider communities, and we have to interact with these communities, which is not so easy for us, because we were used to work with small communities again. Mm-hmm. And then it is a new métier, a new job to work with these new communities, to hear from them and to work on the new systems. And that's a very important work we are doing at agencies level. One thing asked this morning was, do we need more satellites? I will say yes. We are working on that, and we need, because we can do much more than we do now with new satellites. Mm-hmm. At CNES, we are very involved in a lot of worldwide cooperation for SWOT, for instance, which is a new satellite for oceanography. Canadian Space Agency is involved, UKSA is involved, and we have an historical cooperation on that with GPL and NASA, and it will change the world. It has been launched in December, so we will have soon the first images, and you will see it will change the world to measure the sea measurement and also to address the level of the fresh water all around the planet, not only the sea and the ocean, but also the fresh water, which is very new from space. So we need new measurements, but not only measurement and complex system, but with building this system, we worked from the very beginning, speaking about SWOT, for instance, with users, with end users, try to understand what are the needs they have in order to answer not only to the science community, which is very important, the basis maybe, but very important, but not only to end users, to what are they need and how we can tune the system to answer also their needs. That's very important.
Thank you, Lionel. Einar, anything to add? That's something that resonated with you from session 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this understanding the user needs, because we have seen that at UNOSAT. In the beginning, we were doing like a 1-week training, and that didn't work at all. So now what we do is that we provide people sitting with the government agencies for 3 years. That way we learn from them and they learn from us. And I think that's sort of the golden rule here. You have to be able to understand the user needs, and there's no one size fits all. So I think that would be my comment to this, yeah.
Thank you very much. Anything else that we want to add that is a response to the end user struggle from session 2?
I think, well, Eric mentioned it, the principle of a value chain. And this is something that we worked on intensively in our space agency for the domestic uses, for maritime surveillance, and also in regards to NICFI, the monitoring of a tropical rainforest. So, it comes to mind that with all these elements, and as you say, it's very complex. It's not just a value chain, it's a value tree with many end users. So you really have to perceive a balanced value chain, because you may have a lot of emphasis on the data sourcing, or a lot of the emphasis on the say end user charts data, but there's so many things in between, and you actually start with education. And as our minister said, you really have to have a holistic picture to this. You start with education, because in the end, the end user will have to have the education to actually be able to use this. If you emphasize in one part of the value chain, because you may end up forgetting the other parts, and it has to do with so many things. Actually communicating, how are you actually going to support this? Through funding. You need to have a sound business case, because in the end, someone will have to earn money on this. So there's so many elements, and I think it's important not to dive into, well, the end user is important, but why is it a problem for the end user? Have you really a root cause for that? And then I really think you need to look into the holistic perspective on this.
Yes, Anke.
Yeah, actually, I would also want to emphasize a point that Lionel made, that in case of the response organization, there often is quite some change of personnel. So what really needs to be in place is structures, and those structures really need to be established well. And you said that already, you need a lot of training for that, but we need to be clear as a space community also what our job is and what not our job is, and we cannot do the job the governments have to do. We can just tell them, okay, this is what we can do, and at the moment you have to take action. And I think we have to be pretty clear on that, because we can't solve the issue, and we can just help to relieve people with respect to the problems at hand.
Thank you. Phil.
Thanks. I was just actually going to add a little bit to what Lionel said. There's a quote from Henry Ford where he said, if I'd asked what customers wanted, they would have said a faster horse. So it's about understanding customers and the decisions they're making. It's an intelligent engagement. It's not necessarily, sometimes it is doing what they want, sometimes it's understanding what they need. Because one of the challenges in the space sector is we're trying to bridge a huge gulf between some incredibly complicated science and engineering to, in the case of emergencies, people on the ground who are dealing with flooding houses and very much at the nitty-gritty end. And that it's hard to bridge that gulf. The other point I just wanted to make is just to stress that the ecosystem, the value chain, is quite complex. And if I can use weather forecasting and severe warning as an example, that's my background. So the sorts of Earth observations that organisations like EUMETSAT and other meteorological satellite agencies in the world generate accounts for about 60 to 70% of the accuracy of forecast models. And forecasting in Europe contributes about 60 billion a year to the economy. So it does an awful lot, and most of that comes from satellites. But it's the synthesis of satellite data, in situ measurements, understanding of impacts, an awful lot of science and an awful lot of modelling. It's a huge amount of synthesis from multiple expertise areas, multiple activities that lead to a service that have a big impact. So sometimes what you want is a simple value chain from satellite data, but sometimes it isn't.
Thank you. So I'm going to throw an oddball at all of you. Unscripted question. So in the previous and then I'm going to wrap up the first part, and then we're going to move on our climate solutions for climate action now. But so some of the emerging points from the session before was that collaboration is needed. Some platform, some way to share global data. However, sometimes when I observe the market, it seems that we still have strong national interest. We launch our own satellites, we do our own data collection, and then whoever is left out is left out. I would like to have a national and a sovereign national perspective on this. What do you think about these issues? Is it just the wrong perception? We're going the right direction? We are going in the wrong direction? There are other forces at play. Who wants to take it? Otherwise, I will call. Einar, let's have an international perspective.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's really important to understand this. From our perspective, as I said, we try to do a lot of training and capacity development because it starts really there. If you're going to have an impact at the local level, you have to work with the national governments and the local entities. So for me, that's what we are doing. So I think we have lots to offer in this discussion. So for me, that's really important.
Lionel.
Yeah.
National perspective.
In space, we worked a lot on co-petition. You know, it's a word between cooperation and competition, because we know all that we are in a competition and maybe a stronger and stronger competition now. But space is also a field for cooperation. Mm-hmm. And I think that there are some domains that are more propice to cooperation, exploration, for instance, but the future of our one planet, I think, must be a cooperation purpose. And okay, we have competition in space between countries, between firms, but for this specific area, which is our future, our common future, I think we must all work to be in cooperation. That's important.
Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, you mentioned strong national interest. I think that is true. But at the same time, most nations do not have their own sources, for instance, on Earth observation data like Norway. So we are bound to either buy data or cooperate through institutional programs. And in the previous panel, it was mentioned competition, collaboration, and convergence. You know, and you can feel, you know, what's in that. And I think that the institutional programs may satisfy the national needs, but you will need to have some kind of income on that. I think it's a paradox. We're talking about the issue from the Maldives. They are lacking high precision data. This is available. I mean, you have 20 centimeter resolution, you have 30 centimeter resolution, also on the commercial level. So why isn't that available for the Maldives? Is it because it's prioritized otherwise? So I think this is all convoluted. It's tied together because so far you have an emerging industry of commercial Earth observations, satellite owners, builders, operators. But at the same time, it's hard to earn money. So if the Maldives, if the data is there, you have 30 centimeter resolution, you know, they're not earning money, that means that they don't have a customer, right? So there's a customer, Maldives. They are, you know, they're lacking data. So why isn't this happening? Mm-hmm. Why? Maybe this is lack of money on the Maldives. Maybe it's the international community that doesn't grasp this. Like, for instance, NICFI saying, okay, this is a good idea to have 30 centimeter resolution on the Maldives, so we'll buy this and we'll apply that in a foreign aid program or something. There is something there because I appreciate that maybe not everything is covered, but I really think from the statement that 80% of Earth observation data goes to archive. Well, use it for something. Well, and then someone needs to buy it and apply it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Anke, please.
Yeah, I absolutely concur what you said, Christian. I would just like to say that, of course, contracts need to be kept. So for certain satellites and satellite data, there is contracts because there are business models behind it. There's, for instance, PPP models. And those are contracts. And you must keep contracts. The other part where it's difficult, of course, is data for defense applications. So, I mean, it's absolutely clear that that would be something that you're not going to share with everybody. So you're going to share it with your allies, but probably not with everybody. So that would be also a source of data that is kind of not really open to share. But the research data, so that is open for sharing, as long as it does belong to oneself. One can share it, which is what we do. But what I think this community is not, or what this community does a lot is really share the data based on the archive, for instance, what we do. And then people put in proposals to use the data. And I think that's pretty similar to what other communities do. For instance, the synchrotron community does the same thing. So you are allowed to keep your data proprietary for a certain time, and then you have to share it for somebody who uses it. So, and I think these kind of models where you really share research data is a really good thing, and I think most of us do that anyway with all our research data.
Yeah, just quickly, I think the future lies in the balance. And the balance of, because we're going to have commercial sources, we're going to have international partnerships, and we're going to have open and free, and the need for sovereign systems as well, for many different reasons. So it's a combination of everything there that the future missions, the future data collection systems are going to have to take into account all of that. And we can't forget that there's a question of data sovereignty, and it's evolving as well. Like in Canada, I know that the First Nations have principles to apply data sovereignty, and that we have to respect. And so all of that needs to, again, better communication, but it's centered around, I think the future will lie between, public good information, public good type of services versus commercially viable and adventures.
Thank you very much, Rick. I'm going to stay with you because I think now we can shift to the second part, and let's actually discuss space as a toolbox from climate action now. I think now we can discuss about some concrete examples of what are national entities, sovereign national entities doing to tackle some specific local, global, humanitarian issues. So over to you.
Well, thank you. And I want to talk about a little bit of a program that we have at the Space Agency. It's called Smart Earth. But what it does, it's catering to applications. It's developing applications with different ways. In some ways, like I said, it's public good, so therefore the government has a need and puts out a call and receives offers and basically people that will want to solve that challenge. And other times it's a question of fostering, just helping out some of the users or some of the service providers to be able to develop some key applications. And I just want to name highlight two examples of that. In the north, we talked about ice this morning, ice melting. Well, there's people living on the ice, making a living out of the ice, going fishing and hunting. Ice safety is a key issue. So now, basically, there's an Arctic organization that is fusing basically local data as well as the RadarSat Constellation mission data in order to send people on their mobile applications, basically send them ice information about the safety. Is this traditional route still safe or not? And that is food security. So it's having an impact right away on the communities there. The other example that I have is we talked also about biodiversity, and climate is changing, habitats are moving and evolving. So although we may not be able to, from space, measure every animal, every disease vectors and everything, we can certainly have a view of the habitat and how it's changing. We have an initiative that was basically sent as a challenge. Can we do something about tracking whales from space? Can we do something that's very concrete? Because the North Atlantic right whale is in danger of extinction. We need to protect it, but we don't know where it goes. So we're trying to ascertain the habitats, or even, if there is a way to do that, track whales. And by the way, there was a possibility. They identified a single individual whale from space, not not too long ago. But that's not necessarily practical. But why are we doing this? To protect the whale, to understand the environment, but not knowing where the whales are in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, basically ask every shipping vessel to slow down, every cruise vessel to slow down, to the point where they're no longer stopping on the small village or the small city along the coast. They brought tourism, they brought economy to the regional. So space can help and has repercussion in all that chain.
And I would say also tracking one single whale from space is quite powerful, technologically speaking. Thank you very much. Lionel.
Well, you talked about thinking global and local, and it's very important, I think, to think both. First, global. It's a strength. We have to understand that it's a strength of space domain to think and to see, to observe, to analyze things globally. For tens, thousands of years, women and men were stuck to the surface of the Earth without any possibility to see the Earth itself as a whole. And space allows that. So it's very important, and again, it's a game changer because all the scientists can analyze the Earth as one object. It changes a lot of things. And again, I take the example of the sea level. I mentioned SWOT, but we have a long history of cooperation in that domain. For more than 30 years, we measure the sea level with a very good precision. And the average we measure for 30 years, 3.2 millimeters per year, is an average on the Earth. One couldn't measure that, to calculate that, measuring the level of the sea in one place and another place, because in one place it's going up very more, and in other place it's going down. So we don't understand anything. So this global view is very important and is given by space. And it's very important for scientific to understand the planet and the system Earth. And I think it's a basis of a lot of things. But at the same time, if you think to one guy, a politician, or who have to take decisions, there is an average mean of 3.2 millimeters per year and so on. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If you think you have a good probability to lose your house within 10 years if you don't see.
Then they will understand.
This is another story. And this is very local. And so we have to work, and we can do that at global view and also at very local view. And we created a project called SCO, Space Climate Observatory at CNES. We are now 36 members. Tonight, 38. 2 will sign 2 days, which is exactly the case. Not to see globally, which is very important and the basis, but to see very locally and to build projects at local level with space data, with in-situ data, with scientists working together with scientific approach to concretely, very concretely and very locally explain to people what are the impact of the global change if we don't take the right decisions, and even what are the impact if we take this decision, or this decision. It is very important, and we can do that. And for example, just one of these projects is called Flood, is in the south of France. They were impacted by very catastrophic floods in 2018, and they have to understand, they ask us to understand where was the damage, how are the damage, what are the main problems created by this disaster, and how we can think the reconstruction. And it is not the reconstruction, but also the restructuring of the land management to tackle with that in the future. And we can do that very concretely at this place, at this very place, with the space data. And the magic of space is that we can go back to global, because when you have a solution in one place, with the satellite data, you have also the data at the same time to tackle this problem in another place. And here another example is maybe another project of SCO, which is called Tropisco. Tropisco is a deforestation of tropical forest. We talked about that this morning, which is very important. And then we are working on that in Amazonia. The French Guiana is very impacted with that. We have with Tropisco near real time of the deforestation. Every week, we have a new situation, and we can follow exactly the deforestation and the impact. But when we have worked on that in French Guyana, in Amazonia, you have the same solution in the Republic of Gabon. We work on that within
so it's
Tropics.
translatable.
With Asia also, we have the same thing. And so we go back to the global view, but with local impact, which is very important for the people and for the politicians to take the good decisions.
Very interesting, and thank you very much. Also pointing out how if you communicate and information speak about subsidence, it doesn't have the same impact that if you say you're going to lose your house in 10 years. So very interesting point. Anke, over to you.
Yeah, actually, I think connecting to what Leonard said, actually, the point about the global view and the local view, I think the climate models, of course, have to be global at first, and then, of course, you can go down to regions. And there, space makes a huge impact on the verification of models, and that's a major advantage of satellite data, that you get it globally, that you really can verify models. You can't do that with any other methods. However, I think regarding local data, we have also now the benefit to combine lots of data. So we have optical data, we have radar data, we have, for instance, hyperspectral data. And that allows us really to look at individual regions of high interest in very much detail. And I think that's in particular important now that we have the climate crisis, because besides all the impacts we have, like flooding, we also have the question about plant illness, plant health. We have the question about forests and forest degradation due to tree illnesses, which we have to tackle, which has been a huge disaster in Northern Europe. And we also have to find out what the right agricultural techniques are going to be for various regions of the Earth. And there, of course, for instance, hyperspectral data, which gives you information about plant diseases, is going to play a huge part. And the same is true, of course, there also for humidity gradients you can measure in the soil using hyperspectral data. So also new kinds of sensors, and the fusion of different sensor data is going to make a huge impact in battling the effects of climate change.
Thank you, Björn. Einar.
Yeah, so I would say that from our side, from UNOSAT's side, we work on two fronts here, both in terms of rapid mapping, but also where we collaborate with the International Charter Space and Major Disasters, of which many here are members of. But we also do a lot of training and capacity development in the countries. So for me, that is where we have to really see how we can do better. Before we, at UNOSAT, we tried with a one-week training course that didn't work at all. So what we are doing now is that we are really...
tell us what went wrong, actually.
No, it doesn't lead anywhere.
Okay.
You have no results.
All right.
No, there's no capacity development in doing this. What we are doing now, as I said, is that we put people together with the government in the countries, and we are working together with them. So they learn from us, and we learn from them. We also got this nice project called Common Sensing, financed by the UK Space Agency a couple of years back, for Fiji, Vanuatu, and the Solomon Islands. And this is where we learned a lot. And now, thanks to NORAD, we have added Bangladesh, Laos, Bhutan, Uganda, and Nigeria to this. So what we try to develop together now is for the government to be in the lead, and also making sure that they get the geospatial solutions that they need. But in my view, they don't need to know how to analyze satellite imagery. So what we have to do is to just what I call just Spotify it. So if I need to listen to jazz, I love jazz. Maybe you don't, but I like it.
It's good. It's good. I'm not judgmental.
No. But I don't know how to make jazz, right? Because Miles Davis has already made lots of great jazz music. So that is also, how we want to work with the governments. So we have to develop tools that are directly supporting their needs. And there's no one-size-fits-all. So what we do in terms of capacity development is that we work closely with the governments, and we develop tools for them. One such tool, as is talking about implementation here, is what you have a climate planning relocation tool. And this tool is operated by the government, but we do all the underlying data and data gathering, so that when it comes to different factors that they will factor in, it's their call. So typically we do this for coastal flood and tropical cyclones. And it's very telling when you see this at the dashboard. So basically what we're doing then is that we listen to the governments, and they are really in the lead, and they discuss with their local communities. So that is something that we have seen work very well, and this is now being used operationally. So in Fiji now, they are moving villages based on this tool. Another important aspect is for SIDS, Small Island Development States, is to be are most successful in meeting climate change finance. Traditionally, they don't have very much success in this, and that's why we are treating this to really help them access climate funding. And here we work also very, very closely with the Commonwealth Secretariat and their Climate Finance Access Hub. Also, if you allow me, I'd just also like to tell something about Flood AI that we have developed.
Very briefly. 6 words.
Oh, that's too long. I wait.
So we can go back to later to that. Phil, what's your perspective?
Well, I sometimes think that in many cases, a global regional is a false dichotomy. Often regional actions, which are often the actions that make a difference, happen within a global context or a global framework. And in a sense, one of the, as Linnell said, one of the advantages of space is it operates both globally and locally and between the two. I mean, I think you asked for an example. I think a specific one that's relevant to what we do. We all know, particularly in the light of the most recent IPCC assessment report, severe weather impacts are increasing in every region of the world in all sorts of different ways. So they're becoming more of a challenge. Certain types of severe weather event are very, very difficult to forecast using computer models. The very intense, localized rain systems that can cause loss of life, severe flooding, very difficult to forecast. So we recently launched Meteosat third generation, next generation of geostationary satellite at the end of last year, which incidentally is a success story of collaboration in Europe between ESA and industry. So you know where I stand on collaboration. But the focus of that is to provide imagery over one hemisphere of the globe every 2.5 minutes. So you can see intense weather develop really quickly, and you're able to provide better warnings. Stepping back from the regional, that satellite is also observing Africa, where there are very few in-situ observations and not a lot of observational capacity. And we're able to work with African weather services to allow them to use the data in the same way that we would in Europe to do a better job in protecting their societies.
Thank you very much, Phil. Christian, over to you. Some concrete examples.
Yes, and what was mentioned earlier also was that there is no size fits all. So I think that if you have a good local case from a domestic challenge that you need to solve and see and try to investigate how that can be applied for other use cases, but with a twist. In Norway, we started off this Barents Watch program about 10 years ago, and it says in the name, it's pretty obvious, you want to watch the Barents Sea. It's a GIS-based systems with algae bloom, fishery, maritime traffic, and it's totally adopted to Norwegian coastal interest. And we are seeing now that with the event now with more radar coverage, more AIS coverage of seagoing vessels, And as you say, I mean, this is by nature a global system. This can also be applied in other countries for monitoring of illegal fishery. It's it's an exceedingly important problem. Illegal fishery, it's a huge black economy, and we are saying that with the technologies, the software, the applications that we are developing for Norway, we can actually apply that, say, on a global scale, but for other different nations that have different needs, but tied to a similar question, tied to the sustainability of their daily life in terms of fishery. So acting local, applying global.
Thank you very much. Somebody wants to add something? Okay, I'm going to ask one last question, and then I'm going to pick up some questions from the audience. The last question for you is, if you have to define how a space climate action plan, what would be the most important point? If you have to have 1 point only on your space climate action plan, and your 1 point only has to have only 6 words. Challenge. I didn't tell you. Sorry, it's for the audience. Christian, you opening the floor.
I could do it in 4 words.
Wow,
Is that
go
good?
for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
A strategic communication plan.
Okay.
Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes.
All right, good.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been talked about all day. I mean, you have all these solutions, but how are you actually going to implement? And this is also something we've talked about. Who are you actually going to talk to? Who is going to listen more to all the great solutions from industry? I mean, you have the stakeholders, you have existing players who's doing what not to have excessive collaborations. You need to understand our politicians' ambitions and goals. What are they actually trying to implement? You need to establish continuous dialogue. It's not only having one conference. This is challenging enough, but you really need to have a continued dialogue addressing the people, and you need to understand the full value chain. So, and also, it's been mentioned so many times today, engaging the end users, that's also part of the total communication plan. So I could go on different things, mapping available resources and the needs of the end user society, but this is how difficult it is to view this in a total context. But at the bottom of this, I mean, we have all the tools. We have all the data. We can develop software, but communicating and spreading the word and understanding the value chain with all these different elements. So easy to say and so difficult to do.
Challenging. Eric, your single point space climate action plan.
Well, since Christian took care of the
communication
plan, I'm okay with that. I'll just add something for the short-term portion of that plan. I think it's fostering applications to support the full chain. Sorry, maybe one word too many. And just to elaborate, it's because we heard it that we need to engage with other sectors. We can't just keep it space. If we want the end results, basically those actions, those applications, those tools that we're talking about, we need to not be blind that there might be vehicles, ships, or something else in order to put that to large benefits. So that's really the key, is that we need to have that perspective and involve whoever and communicate with them as well.
Thank you very much. Lionel.
A lot of things to do, but if I have to choose one thing, I think we have to focus on the monitoring of Paris Agreement now. We have this agreement, but the announcements are very good. To commit is necessary, but we have to check the realization of the actions and once again, the impact of this action. We have to check that. And so, if I may, because we are speaking about Toolbox, from space, with the space domain, I think space can help a lot to check at global level for all the countries. And so what I would like to have in this toolbox is an anti-blah-blah tool based on space capacities.
Going back to this morning. Thank you very much. Anke, over to you. What's your single point?
Okay, just, I would say be clear and honest about chances and limits. So, I mean, of course, it's a bad thing if you talk before me. So, but I think it's particularly important to say what, in fact, space can contribute and what it can't. Actions have to be made on Earth. And I think it was an important point that Lionel already made, that I would like to make even, show on an example. I think it's really important to follow up on actions, and that means also to look, for instance, at point sources of emissions now, not only at globally at emissions, but also at point sources, and to really identify also more locally where the problems are. And I think on the other hand, of course, we have lots of chances because we can improve, for instance, agriculture, looking at more small field agriculture, where we can take advantage of various soil qualities, of not using too much of various things to keep plants healthy and to keep them growing, but to just use the right amount. So there are lots of chances, but the actions have to be taken on Earth.
Thank you, Anke. Einar, just 6 words.
AI.
Okay. That's quite effective. Phil?
6 words, more than one idea. User needs, collaboration, and data platforms. If you want 6 words and one idea, it would be reducing friction for data discovery and application.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 4 minutes. I'm going to start to take some questions from the audience. There are way more than we can tackle altogether, but let me address the first one, which is interesting. I think we all agree on this answer. So far, I've only heard about responding to symptoms of climate change and not treating the wound. We need to reduce our emissions. How are we focusing on this? So just to say, tomorrow is going to be the entire day on CO2 emission methane, so we are actually tracking that, but maybe you guys want to elaborate on this? Yes.
Just a quick point. When we're talking about climate change and dealing with it, we come from a very scientific and technical point of view. To get engagement with climate change, we need to appeal to hearts and minds. And the imagery that comes from satellites data, the views, the demonstration of what climate change has done, whether that's sea level rise or shrinking lakes, is something that appeals to hearts, and that's very important.
Thank you very much.
Well,
yes.
Just one thing. If we're expecting us to do something to reduce emission, that's a different subject, but there's 3 categories. There's people out there that fight the causes, there's people out there that fight the impacts, and others that are looking at adaptation and preparedness. So all of these require data, information. That's that's where we play a role, is we gather the information, and we need to be able to transform it so that it's actionable. That's our...
Very good point. Thank you, Eric.
Actually, one point is also that if you talk about it and that we have to take actions to reduce emissions, that's also a question, of course, about our organizations, about the sustainability of our own organizations, and that's a point where we need to walk the talk. So it's often quite tedious, but that's also something I guess all of us do.
Yep.
Go, Chris.
Well, in terms of, for instance, reducing the emission, I think regulatory action, this is something that has been done already. You have to have some kind of public regulatory framework for industry who is challenged by this, but you also have to have an incentive tool in order to make it profitable, more profitable to follow the regulations.
Thank you very much. Lionel?
3 very concrete examples about the tracking of emissions. We are on the table now on developing projects and linked to cooperation, because we have YASI-NG, which is an instrument to measure more than 20 gases in the atmosphere in cooperation with EUMETSAT. Microcarb in cooperation with UKSA to measure CO2 emission in preparation at CNES, and Merlin in cooperation with DLR for methane. So we are developing projects to tackle, to measure these emissions.
Very interesting. Okay. Another question. More satellites, the near-Earth environment becomes more polluted and extensively crowded and unsafe. How are we going to decide what is allowed and valuable in LEO and GEO? This is a very popular topic. We all know that. Maybe not so strictly related to climate change on Earth, but still related to sustainability. Anybody wants to address this issue? Nobody wants to?
Yes,
Lionel, please.
we are working on that. It's an issue. It's a real problem. We have worked on that for very long times. We have an international organization called Interagency Debris Committee working on that topics and to define guidelines, laws. It's not law at worldwide level. We have a law in France for that, but it's guidelines at worldwide level. We want to go on in this direction, but we are working hardly on that to explain to people what is possible to do and what is not possible to do, not only in terms of number of satellites in such orbit, but how to deal with the satellites, how to monitor the satellites, how to deorbit the satellite at the end of life, and so on. So we are working on that. It's very important.
Thank you very much, Lionel. Christian.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion is going on how fast can we develop the international treaties for providing a framework around this. Personally, I think, and this is not only my thought, that the industry is developing much faster than the treaties can. So I think that there is an element of self-regulation that the industry is now, together with users, acknowledging that this doesn't work. And the complement to that is the development of space traffic management, space surveillance and tracking, that you can actually deorbit and control and actually sort of harness the total amount of satellites in LEO and MEO.
Thank you very much.
And that's a collective need,
Effort,
right?
of course.
No matter if you want to profit from it or for public good, the interest is in keeping that usable, sustainable.
For everyone, absolutely. I'm going to close down because we are 23 seconds after the limit. Thank you very much to all our fantastic panelists. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just, if you wish to participate and listen to this GNF session, please come in, take a seat. We'll kick off very soon now. Yeah. I think we can start. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you back for this first GNF session of this GLOC 2023. And, you know, space technologies, of course, can serve and serves humanity in very many different ways. And one very specific way is the detection and prevention of specific crime. So the use for law enforcement. And this GNF session of today is organized by KSAT, and it is titled Illegal, Unreported and Unregulated, so in short, IUU fishing, and the use of space technology to address organized crime in the global fishing industry. And during this panel, the speakers will discuss how one can use space technology to monitor and safeguard global oceans to facilitate a fair and sustainable use of our oceans. And allow me to welcome on stage our moderator of this session, Mr. Martin Sketsmo, Key Account Manager, Earth Observation Sales at KSAT. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi all, and welcome to this panel called IUU Fishing, using space technology to address organized crime in the global fishing industry. Today we are going to shed some more light on the challenges with organized crime in the fishing industry and how space technology is being used and can be further used to even out the odds. But first, I would like to introduce the panelists to the scene. We are lucky to have Gunnar Stølsvik from Blue Justice with us today. Come on. Thank you. Gunnar is a specialist director at the Norwegian Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries, with a special responsibility to follow up the Blue Justice initiative, which we will hear more about during this panel. The next speaker is Nina Woya from Barents Watch. Nina has led Barents Watch since August 2021. Barents Watch is located in Tromsø and is a national interagency initiative organized within the coastal administration of Norway. Barents Watch collects, develops, and shares information about Norwegian coastal and marine areas. And the third speaker to the panel is Marte Indregard. She is the CCO of KSAT. Marte has more than 25 years of experience within the satellite industry, and she has been with KSAT since 2002, where she had a really important role of building up the maritime services at KSAT. So, a big hand to all the panelists. Thank you. And now the original plan was also to have Dr. Gavin Bellamy, he's the CEO of the National Fisheries Authority at Jamaica, at the panel as well. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here with us today. Nevertheless, he has made us a pre-recorded video that we will show in a short while. But first, I think we would like to start this panel with a video from the Blue Justice Initiative that sheds some more light on IUU fishing.
It is the Norwegian contribution to address the challenges of organized crime in the global fishing industry. Through Blue Justice, Norway supports a number of activities to assist primarily developing countries to follow up the Minister's declaration on the same topic that was adopted in 2018.
Because it creates and sustains poverty. It undermines the sustainable management of resources that belong to all of us. We depend on the ocean for food, jobs, energy, and all the other things we need to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. And fisheries crime harms the ocean, and it harms the fight against poverty.
Fisheries crime is a complex problem which includes illegal fishing, economic crime, slave labor, corruption, money laundering, and a number of other crimes. We need politicians such as ourselves to speak up and recognize the existence of this complex problem. I think this recognition prepares us to work together to solve this global problem.
These criminal networks are very well organized. We need close cooperation, we need to share knowledge, and we need stronger action to fight this. We must work smarter across sectors, across government agencies, and across borders. And we must use smart digital solutions to fight organized crime in the fisheries. Let's work together towards a sustainable and fair blue economy.
Free from fisheries crime.
Excellent, and I guess that kind of sets the scene for this panel. But to start the panel further on, I would like to also show the video from Dr. Gavin Bellamy from Jamaica to give us some more insights on their struggles.
I'm Gavin Bellamy, the CEO of the National Fisheries Authority, Jamaica. It is widely recognized within the international fisheries management arena that illegal, unreported and unregulated IUU fishing depletes fish stocks, destroys marine habitats, distorts competition, puts honest fishers at an unfair disadvantage, and weakens coastal communities, particularly in small island developing countries such as those in the Caribbean. Estimates of the total size of the IUU catch and its impact on the environment varies widely. However, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, reported that some important fishing areas, the Caribbean being one, IUU fishing accounts for up to 30% of total catches, and for some species, IUU catches could be up to 3 times the permitted amount, with this having a monetary value between 450 and 750 million US dollars for the region. The 2-year closure of the Jamaican conch season caused the country to lose approximately US $6 million per year in direct earnings, and the unemployment of over 5,500 citizens, which was a direct effect of poaching. In the case of Jamaica, we have estimated that a single poaching vessel can cost the country up to US $700,000 per trip. These poachers, with up to 100 men and children aboard, often target high-valued and prohibited species including lobster, conch, sea cucumber, turtles, sharks, and at the same time violate a number of local and international laws, including human trafficking, financial fraud, illicit drug and gun trade. Jamaica has an area of approximately 11,000 kilometers square and an EEZ of 274,000 kilometers square, which is approximately 25 times our landmass, and has one of the largest fishing banks in the region, which is over 8,000 kilometers square, which is located 80 kilometers south of the island at its nearest point. The responsibility to monitor and secure such a large area is mainly that of the Jamaica Defence Force Coast Guard, which is an organization with many roles, inclusive of maritime safety, search and rescue operations, pleasure craft inspection, response to oil and hazardous substance spills, immigrations, customs, drug and guns interdiction, and fishery crimes enforcements. With the multiplicity of roles, the country's ability to monitor our EEZ and fisheries resources is limited, as the GLOC Coast Guard currently only has 4 offshore patrol vessels. The cost of marine patrols is invariably high, and the effectiveness for the Coast Guard to patrol such a large area is very low. However, if we had the assistance and access to usable real-time satellite information to inform targeted enforcement activities, the effectiveness will be increased, not as what now obtains with the current situation of incidental findings and acting on days-old human information. Also, an option of having a dedicated vessel to monitor the fisheries water would exponentially increase the effectiveness and the use of this information. Coordination of local and regional legislations among member states across the region, particularly for transboundary or highly migratory species, such as lobsters and large pelagics, requires harmonization of certain legislative measures and a unified enforcement effort. This informed the establishment of the multi-agency mechanism in Jamaica to foster greater interagency cooperation and collaboration in combating organized fisheries crime both locally and across borders. In addition, a regional response, the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, was launched with the assistance of the Blue Justice Initiative out of Norway to coordinate a collaborative regional approach to combat transnational organized crime in the fisheries sector using digital tools and analytics. Poachers often use innovative methods to elude law enforcement. These include the non-broadcasting of AI signals and other detection mechanisms, even while the said poachers remain compliant in their own lands, waters, to their local laws. I must at this time confess that none of the Jamaican fishing vessels have AIS. These so-called dark vessels are therefore difficult to identify using conventional means. The use of satellite-based and artificial intelligence mapping tools to predict and monitor their movements within the EEZ of states is critical and will allow for greater success in protecting our marine space and ultimately sustainability of our marine resources. There is no simple single or short-term solution to IUU fishing and the related organized crime associated within the fisheries sector. Successful responses will require holistic and integrated policies linked to drivers for IUU fishing and effective law enforcement efforts. This is where the partnership and use of advanced technologies, especially satellite information, to inform targeted responses to eliminate and deter IUU and organized fisheries crimes becomes essential.
Okay, thanks to Gavin for this very important message from Jamaica. And as we now have heard, like first-hand, how serious the consequences of IUU can be and some of the urgent requirements that those fighting illegal fishing require. Let us now look at possible solutions. And I would like to begin with you, Gunnar, from the Blue Justice. Could you please tell us a bit about the Blue Justice initiative?
Yes. First of all, is the microphone on? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this very interesting event. I've had has been very interesting to see and also to visit the space community. So I hope to be able to do that more often after this. So, well, my name is Gunnar Stølsi. I work in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries in Norway. And my main responsibility is the Blue Justice Initiative. So you already have seen the video of the two ministers that are sort of the political backdrop of the initiative here in Norway. But on this slide here, the opening page, you see a lot of countries with these red zones around. That's the EEZs, the exclusive economic zones of countries. And these are primarily the countries that are supporting this political basis for the Blue Justice Initiative, which is what we call the Copenhagen Declaration. As you can see, it's the Global South that is particularly focused on this. And that is also the reason why the main objective of the Blue Justice Initiative is to support particularly countries in the Global South against fisheries crime and to address the challenges in this declaration. So I can talk more about that, but I think I leave it with that. It's 60 countries that are supporting it. It's an agreement on what the problem is. And in our view, it's very important to have a shared understanding of the problem to be able to solve it. And of course, satellite and space technology is absolutely crucial in this fight. So I think I leave it with that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Gunnar. Clearly that the Blue Justice is an important initiative and can have a real impact as a change agent towards IUU fishing. It's also interesting to hear about all of your member states, as there is quite many of them. It also gives us a picture of how needed such a tool would be. Let us now turn to Nina and learn a bit more about BarentsWatch and what do you do in your organization?
Yes, thank you. I am going to tell you a little bit about the Norwegian model of how government agencies work together through BarentsWatch and how we think we have a tool that can help address the problem of illegal fishing that we heard about from Jamaica. Illegal fishing is a crime, and it is a government responsibility to combat crimes using the law enforcement monopoly that states have. And for all coastal states, it's a challenge to control the ocean areas. You cannot be at all places at all times, so you need to use technology and you need to use it in a smart way to monitor your areas and to exercise law enforcement effectively. In Norway, we have ocean areas that are 6 times larger than our land territory. And already 10 to 15 years ago, there was a recognition that Norway needed a tool for better ocean monitoring and for securing interagency communication and cooperation, and importantly also to ensure a joint situation awareness to all the agencies that operate at sea. So Norway established BarentsWatch, which is a government-led cooperation model among around 30 different agencies. And through BarentsWatch, a tool is provided. It is both a technical platform, but I would argue more importantly, it's also a model, a new way of a method of working. How so? Let me explain. BarentsWatch consists of 2 parts. One part is open and public, and it provides digital tools with open data for fishermen, for fish farming, spatial planning, and a lot of other purposes. The other part is for government internal use among 8 agencies. And the idea is to gather all the relevant data, all the sensors and all the sources that you can find in one place and to show them in a digital service in a context that is relevant for the user. And obviously, the more sensors, the more data you have access to, the better is your total understanding of the situation. At least potentially, if you have a good system to show you all this data. In other words, the technology to process and show the data is one important and necessary part of the equation, but it's not sufficient. The technology alone is not enough. You also need the interagency cooperation. Because, as we heard and saw on the video, the criminals, they are well coordinated, and the authorities have to be well coordinated too. And you need to understand that the data or information that you have as one agency could be important also for other agencies. And when you start sharing data, you can achieve larger things. The second thing you need to do is to engage the actual people on the operational level, the people who are out there working for the government, the fishing inspectors, the Coast Guard operators, the police personnel, those who have their boots on, so to speak, and they know what is needed to do their job. And so based on the success that BarentsWatch has been in Norway, we have been very fortunate to have been asked by the Norwegian Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries to develop, provide and run the platform for the international fight against organized crime at sea, the Blue Justice Initiative. And we are working together with Gunnar and his colleagues to provide this platform and to improve and develop it and to make it the best possible tool with the best available data, be it data from AIS, ship detection, satellite data, radar data, data from public registries, put it all together to increase the oversight and the coordination among agencies inside the country, but also regionally and internationally, because the crime is global and we need to have global solutions if we are to fix it, or at least contribute to it, and that's what we're hoping to do in BarentsWatch.
Excellent, thanks. So, hearing from you on your organization and all the member states, and then Nina with how her model is set up, the platform, and also the method of working together, I guess that what you need more of is probably more sensors and stuff to be able to monitor. So then I will leave the word to you, Marte, to tell a bit more about KSAT.
Thank you, Martin. First, 2 words about KSAT. So we are a true service provider. We provide ground station services to satellite owners, both agency and commercial sector, and they are, many of them are here, maybe not in the room today, but in the conference now. And then we use the data, some of the data from these satellites, into our advanced maritime monitoring services, which is the topic of today. We are a Norwegian company headquartered in Tromsø, and on the screen now you see the world's largest ground station in the world, up in Svalbard. And then we have 27 ground stations around the world with 270 antennas. And these ground stations are located all around, and they are in an excellent way in order to access the data very quickly. So we can access the data, and then we can provide information to end user quickly. And when you want to monitor the ocean, of course, this is crucial because information gets old very quickly, so you need to access the information fast. In Norway, we have actually used these tools since the 90s. Those of you who have been in the business very long, you know already ERS was operational in the 90s. And Norway used these tools to monitor the Barents Sea already then. And the Norwegian Coast Guard used the information from these satellites to look into areas where they knew it could be illegal activities. And then based on what they saw, what we reported in these satellite images, they could change. Should we go out there with an aircraft, or should we go with a patrol vessels?
And this way of monitoring the ocean is, proven to be the most cost-efficient way to monitor the ocean, putting these tools together. Then satellite-based AIS was invented. And then you had the picture. You could see all the vessels reported with AIS. So that was a big step forward. But like Dr. Gavin told us from Jamaica today, that's not enough, because then you only see the vessel who have reported with AIS. You also want to find the vessel that has not reported their position. So this might look like a very messy picture, but this is a picture over a few days over Brazil area. And the point with this picture is that the green arrows that you see there, they are vessels reported with AIS. We know who they are, and then the red or orange targets there, they are what also Dr. Gavin referred to as the dark targets. Those we don't have information about, and they are the one maybe which are more interested and we want to investigate further. And this information is already integrated in BarentsWatch and in use by the Norwegian government users in a safely matter. But we believe, and I think we all share that view here in this panel, that we believe that this information can also be used by other countries, in particular development countries, so we can share the Norwegian tools outside of Norway. Yeah. Since Norway started to use this technology in the 90s, it's only 2 satellites. But as I think many of you know, it's been a revolution in the satellite business. There is a lot more satellites, higher resolution, luckily more frequent satellites available. So KSAT today is using a lot of, all the commercial satellites with a lot of different owners from different nations in our maritime services today. At least all of those which is applicable for maritime surveillance. And now Norway has also started to invest into different national satellite programs. And since we are in Oslo, I thought it was applicable to show you the Norwegian program quickly. So AIS data has also already been used routinely since 2010. Then NOSA 3 came with the RF detector. And that one detects signals from ship radar. And that's a very interesting sensors because, very few ships will turn their radar off. And then you will be able to detect and recognize those through distinct radar signals. So it's a source that will be used more and more in the future also for dark target detection. Then Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace has invested in a satellite program where they will launch 3 RF satellites very soon. Space Norway have a satellite program called Microsar, and this one will include an active radar, like a synthetic aperture radar payload, and also an AIS, and will be launched in 2025. And then finally, and maybe we'll hear more about that during this conference, the Norwegian Space Agency recently launched a new program which will include an Arctic Ocean surveillance constellation. All these satellites are specifically made for maritime surveillance and will improve the domain awareness pictures in the very near future. KSAT will operate a majority of these satellites, and we will, of course, integrate those into the maritime service. So finally, I would like to say that, access to, you can go to the next, access to sensors are important. There are many of them, they are more frequent, they are better resolution. But in order to make use of these sensors, you need to put all the sensors together in an intelligent way, and you need to extract information that is useful for the end users. Otherwise, these sensors doesn't make sense. And to do this, artificial intelligence is really important. KSAT use AI or machine learning both to detect targets, to get more information out of the targets, to track the information, and to fuse these information together. And to do this, we collaborate with other industry partners, research institutes. And I think what the revolution we will see in the next few years is how to get more information out of all these sensors and fuse them together.
Okay, thank you, Marta. So clearly, just to sum up the introduction here, is that we have the Blue Justice Initiative, we have Barents with their amazing tools, and then we have all these assets in the sky that could be implemented into such a monitoring tool for fighting illegal fishing. I will now turn to the questions for the panelists. I will do some questions to all of you, and we'll try to find some time in the end for questions from the audience. So if you have questions, please use this Slido tool, and I will have it on the iPad here. So Gunnar, I would like to start with you. What is the main challenges of organized crime in the global fishing industry, and how can satellite technology assist governments to fight it?
Well, first of all, when we talk about fisheries crime, we basically describe a whole range of different types of crimes committed through the whole fisheries value and supply chain. Of course, illegal fishing is one of them, but there is also a whole range of other types of crimes, like economic crime, corruption, human trafficking, and also smuggling activities, as my colleague from Jamaica was talking about, where small arms are being smuggled by fishing vessels, as an example. I think what is important in this context is that a lot of emphasis is on the illegal fishing and the fishing activity itself. What I think is important to remember is that what you are actually doing surveillance on by gathering information about these types of activities is actually surveillance on economic activity. So it's basically a surveillance of a company doing some economic activity to earn money. And that is where the economic crime comes in, tax issues, etc. Satellite information can also be useful for customs and tax purposes. So, and I think that is important for the industry to sort of broaden your perspective. And of course, it's important to follow vessels, and particularly vessels that has gone dark. But it's also important that this information that is being gathered can also be the pieces of information that can be crucial, for example, in an economic crime case, as an evidence that they actually have economic activity at sea. And the same with human trafficking issues and so on. So I just wanted to say that to sort of broaden the mind, so to say. But I think that, of course, the main problem is that what we are seeing globally is that it's transnational organized crime. And it's in the name, it's organized, and it's transnational. So how do we as governments respond to that? Well, we have to try to be more adaptable. Mm-hmm. Because what organized criminals are experts is to reorganize. That's the way they work. And we as governments also have to have structures that makes us adaptable and that we can face these new challenges and changing modus operandi and so on. And that is the main reason why this is actually one of the main points of the political declaration for the Blue Justice Initiative, which is that there is a need for interagency cooperation. Mm-hmm. And Barents Watch, that is a tool for interagency cooperation, a digital tool for interagency cooperation that assists the Norwegian government in being adaptable, to get the right information to the right time and so on. So if we transport that idea internationally, that we have tried through this declaration and the Blue Justice Initiative, it is that the digital platform that has been developed for the Blue Justice Initiative, we'll call it the Blue Justice Community, mm-hmm. which is owned by you, the Coastal Administration, and Barents Watch, which is part of that. It's owned by Norway. It's administrated by the United Nations Development Programme. It's a secure platform for government-to-government cooperation. We are in the process of implementing also tracking of vessels, particularly bringing in information from the Norwegian government-owned satellites. And in addition, we have also created what we call the Blue Justice Tracking Center up in the north of Norway, as far north as you can go, in the city of Vardø. I believe it's also a place where KSAT have some of the ground stations. So, and there we have basically created a hub with experts, analysts, that are serving the Norwegian government's need to analyze and to understand what is happening at sea, but also to serve states that are participating in the Blue Justice Initiative with understanding the information that they have. And what kind of information are we talking about? Well, mainly it's AIS collected by satellite. But of course, this can broaden based on what kind of information that we put into this system. So our approach has been create interagency cooperation, create a good network, create a digital platform to facilitate that interagency cooperation and give them the information that they need to do the job at home. And that is where you guys comes in, with your ideas, new products, and so on. So I think I can talk more about the more specific problems a bit later, but I think this is the main challenges that we are facing when it comes to transnational organized crime and the global fishing industry.
Thank you. And that leads me to you, Nina, because BarentsWatch, as you mentioned, has been a huge success for the past decade. Can you say something about success criteria? Why has it turned into such a success history?
Yes. I think I would then have 3 points, maybe 4, 3.5. So when BarentsWatch was established, there was, first of all, there was a strong political initiative, a strong political will of creating something that would be cross-sectoral and interagency. It had, the second point, it had a strong mandate to be something outside or in addition to the traditional bureaucracy, because the bureaucracy is in its nature built to function in this direction. So each department has its responsibility and its budget, and the money go down and the reporting go up. And BarentsWatch was established with a specific mandate of working across the sectors and across the bureaucratical silos, so to speak. The third factor, I think, was that from the beginning, there was a decision that for BarentsWatch to be able to create this platform. Remember, when this political initiative started, nobody knew what was BarentsWatch going to be. There was a vision there, but nobody knew what it was going to be. But it was decided very early on that we need to have a strong focus on the end user and on the operative level. So more bottom-up than top-down, and to put it maybe in simple terms, you could say that there have been more fishing inspectors and more Coast Guard officers and crews involved in creating BarentsWatch than the directors. The people who have been involved have been the ones who have a job that they need to do out there at sea. So the tool has been made. And that's the fourth point, the 3.5 point is the methodology that we used. We worked in an agile method, not in the old sort of waterfall method where you start a huge project and then 5 years later out comes something and then the world has changed in the meantime. No, in BarentsWatch we work with small steps. We go back to the end user. Is this what you meant? Is this what you need? Is this useful? And then we get some small adjustments and we go back and we develop more. And this is the same way we now try to develop the Blue Justice community, and it's critical that we have voices like Professor Gavin here, who tells us what is it that they need. What do they need to be able to meet and solve the challenges that they have. And then when we speak to them and understand and listen to their needs, we can create tools that hopefully will be as useful for the 60-something member states of Blue Justice as it has been for the Norwegian agencies. At least that's my ambition.
Okay. So for me, it sounds like figure out the user needs and then build something to fulfill that. And you also mentioned that earlier, Gunnar, that you clearly have a good relationship and cooperation with all of the member states. So earlier today, the minister, Espen Barth Eide, also gave us his insights on the NICFI model. So Marte, could you maybe tell us a bit more what you see as takeaways from that, the success NICFI? How can this be implemented into IUU fishing?
Yes, I certainly can. I can save some time today because our minister told us in very good word the success of the NICFI program and all about what the program is doing for the rainforest. But I think I can add that I think one important part of why it has been a success and has been recently evaluated by a third party to be a success is because it's been a very close collaboration between the procurer, the ministry, and the service provider, which is KSAT Planet and Airbus, throughout the whole program. And the whole aim has been to get the information and the data out to the end users. That has been key focus. Have a tool to get the data out to the key users. So the same model can be used also to establish a similar program, which we are thinking could be a headline, reduce crime at sea or sustainable ocean monitoring. And this is something we have been discussing for quite some time now. And in such a program, as we have spoke about today, we already have the tools available with BarentsWatch. We have the platform, we have some information, but in order to be more useful, it needs more information into this platform. And then it's, to be straightforward, in order to be able to have such a program with more information to third-party countries, we need a funded program like NICFI.
Okay, thanks. I see we're kind of running out of time, so I will take one question from the audience. And I guess this is a question I could direct to you, Marte. Is there any statistics available on the efficiency of the use of space data to detect illegal fishing? I don't think that you might have statistics, but maybe you could say something about the success rate and how we have been doing vessel detection by the use of satellites.
Maybe I can do, I don't know if, I don't think we have statistics for exactly that, but I can make an example which is very related when it comes to oil spill monitoring, because another maritime service that KSAT is providing, also to EMSA, to the European Maritime Safety Agency, is oil spill detection. And 15 years back, there was a lot of illegal discharges in the European seas. And there is many statistics which show that after satellite data was used in combination with aircraft monitoring and other means, the illegal discharges was reduced significant with more than 50%. So it's more, it's both to have a tool to prevent activity, and also, like Gunnar was saying, also to get there with high resolution data that we can also use it in a crime trial in the end.
Excellent. You raised your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that, because I think the best example of how successful it is to use this type of information is what's happened in the Barents Sea. In around 2004, 2005, 2006, we had a massive problem with unregulated fishing in international waters, affecting the fish stocks in the Barents Sea dramatically, actually. And there was a major problem in that area. But that was also approximately the time when the analysts in the Fisheries Directorate and the Coast Administration and the Coast Guard actually started to work systematically using AIS data and other type of information. And by doing that, they were able to predict a lot of illegal activities, which gave the Coast Guard the possibility to go out and basically did some really high-profile arrests, with the result that most of the vessels that was engaged in this kind of illegal activities in this area left. And where did they go? Well, they went to Africa. So now they have the problem that we had in the North Atlantic. That is the reality. So yes, it's in my mind, there's no doubt. You need this type of information to do it. But you also need government officials that know what they are doing and how to analyze the information and to use it and put it into practice. And that is very important, because what we are dealing with here is law enforcement. And it's very important that the governments, that it's being developed for that purpose. It's also to be able to use that information in a court of law, in the judicial system. So it's the quality has to be it has to be good quality, so it actually flies through the system, so you can use it as evidence. That is very important. And it's also important, before we close, I think it's important to say, it's also, especially now in the days when we have AI technology, new innovation solutions, etc., for what we are basically doing, we're not only tracking vessels, we're tracking people. And we also have to keep in mind the rights of these people. And particularly since we're in Norway and also the European Union is not far away from here, we have rules relating to dealing with personal and sensitive information. So, and that are the types of challenges that we as governments are concerned about. And that is, I think that is an important thing that you as an industry should take with you. So, because that's about to build that trust between the industry and the government, which is the potential customer of these products. So I just wanted to mention that. But space technology is there. It has to be used, and it should be used because it's very, very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunnar. And I think that as the numbers turn red on the screen here and saying we're out of time, I wish I have some more questions, but I think we'll have to save them for later. But thanks to all of you for taking part of this panel and for your insights on all the problems and challenges with IUU fishing, and also some good ideas on how to take this further. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the moderator and to the speakers and to KSAT for organizing this GNF. I would like to also ask you for a group picture, maybe. Yeah, photographer is there. Maybe if you can line up in front here. And in the meantime, our next speakers should get already wired up. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be shy, come in for our next Global Networking Forum session, which will kick off now, and which will bring us from the depths of the oceans, where we've been just in the previous session, to tropical areas. This GNF session is organized by the European Space Agency, and it is titled Fire, Addressing Climate Change Measurements and Impacts in the Tropics. And I'm very pleased to welcome here on stage Andrea Wehner, Chief Climate and Sustainability Officer at ESA, who will be the moderator of this session. So Andrea, the floor is yours. Please kick it off.
Thank you, Christian, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here moderating this session, which is focusing on tropical regions, and in particular on forests and the fire side of the couple ice and fire that is the theme of this conference today. So to discuss about tropical regions, I have an amazing panel of colleagues that are going to join me. First of all, I will welcome on stage Dr. Karen Saint-Germain, Director of ESA of Earth Science at NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here.
Then I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Julian Fox, who is a team leader, National Forest Monitoring, MRV, and the platform at FAO, who is the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Thank you for joining us. And then Dr. Suzanne Mecklenburg, head of the ESA Climate Office. Thank you, Suzanne. Mrs. Alessia Tricomi, who is a senior remote sensing data scientist at EGEOS.
Hi, glad to be here.
Thank you, Alessia, welcome. And Dr. Dominique Fawcett, Earth Observation Scientist and Research Fellow, the Landscape and Ecosystem Dynamics Group at the University of Exeter. Thank you, Dominique, for joining us on stage. So we are going to talk about tropical areas. As you can imagine, tropical areas are very much at the center of climate change, not only because they are much exposed to extreme weather events, but also because in tropical areas we have tropical forests. And the tropical forests play a really crucial role in CO2 absorption and stockage. And those tropical regions, those tropical forests are at stake, are at risk. And this is not a recent thing, it's something that is lasting for many years. But we have deforestation, we have forest degradation, and we have, of course, wildfires. And all those elements are impacting very much the release of carbon into the atmosphere, which is exactly what we would like to avoid. So they play a key role in the balance of carbon in the atmosphere. We have been listening this morning many aspects of climate change. I think that we can deep dive now with our panelists on these topics. And I would like to start about the international dimension. And therefore, I would like to ask Julian about the COP decisions on RED+, which is a major step forward towards the reduction of emissions from deforestation and forest degradation in developing countries. So considering your experience in developing countries, can you tell us more about the progress of this process of RED+, what it is about, and tell us also what are the upcoming challenges on it?
Thank you, Andrea. Hey, great to be here again. Actually, I already mentioned the big facts this morning, but we have on the slide here a representation of the global effort on monitoring and reporting RED+. So this is really using space data. It's really the space data getting in the hands of the countries, them creating very detailed forest reference levels for their forests, submitting that to the UNFCCC. So on the top, we can see 60 countries have gone through this process. As I mentioned this morning, we should all celebrate this. They all used Landsat, so that's the importance of a long time series of open data catalog that Landsat provides. 36 of these countries also used Copernicus products. So that's really significant as well, Copernicus being an open geospatial source of data. And many countries are now starting to engage in the higher spatial and temporal resolution from the NICFI satellite data program, particularly for reference data collection. So this is a really nice public resource funded by NICFI, and the forest countries are really using this particularly to reference their geospatial work. So yeah, incredible momentum. In fact, on the top is the countries submitting a reference level. So for this, they need a really strong time series of space data. So you can see Landsat and Copernicus are critical for this. And at the bottom in the green are results that countries have then submitted against their reference level. And it's really great. We see some results. So countries are measuring their forest, they're reporting these measurements to the UNFCCC, and then they're reducing their deforestation, they're reducing their forest degradation, or they're enhancing their forest carbon stocks. So great momentum, and as FAO, we're really proud to have supported many of these countries through this process. One thing we've found really powerful for using space data is open data catalogs, but also open source tools. So for 11 years, we've been working to develop sort of open source technical solutions for countries called Open Forests, and particularly now one of our platforms funded by NICFI called CEPAL, which is a cloud-based computing platform where countries can interact with space data and create really locally relevant data, and also help them participate in international mechanisms like this. There are amazing progress, but there are many challenges. For RED+, it also includes forest degradation, but that has been very difficult to monitor and measure using geospatial data. So that's an active area of research that the community needs to think about. And also restoring forests is another challenge. So forest restoration is a very slow process, and it's quite difficult to pick up those slow changes using space data. So maybe that's enough for the moment, and I'll maybe come in with some additional challenges later. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Julian. It's very interesting what you were saying about open access and open data. This is a key topic for developing countries in particular. So I would like to turn to Dominique now, who is next to you, about his experience as a scientist relevant to the use of those space data for estimating the level of deforestation and forest degradation. And given your experience, you may want to quote specific examples and concrete examples of what you have experienced.
Yeah, I'll say, so thank you for having me, Andrea, and I'm glad to share my experiences in terms of applying Earth observation to these issues. So I'm part of a research group at the University of Exeter that is studying the global carbon cycle using Earth system models and also Earth observations. And so where my work mostly comes in is the application of Earth observations to understand the impacts of deforestation and degradation on carbon stocks in the global tropics, and also as a specific focus on Amazonia. And I do this by employing approaches which can be considered top-down approaches as well as bottom-up. And the way that I kind of separate these two, the top-down approach are basically observations from satellites that are already observing the quantity that we're interested in, for example, biomass, where we can use data from satellites such as SMOS, which is vegetation optical depth, to be able to monitor the change in above-ground carbon stocks over time, which is a fantastic opportunity. And as we can see on the slide here on the left, we can then also generate trends in above-ground carbon. It showed increases and decreases, and as we see over the Amazon, much more decreases than increases. And it really crystallizes out regions where there's a lot going on in terms of deforestation. We can see all the red areas are where we expect, for example, the arc of deforestation in the Amazon. But the resolution of this data is really coarse. So it's about 25 kilometers resolution. So within each grid cell, there's a lot going on, and we don't know how much is actually due to deforestation and how much is lost due to forest degradation and sink from regrowth and so on. And so to be able to do that, to be able to decompose these kind of processes, we need to also integrate what I call bottom-up modeling. So that's essentially bookkeeping models informed by quite high-resolution information from satellites. So there's a classic example that's used by many countries already is conversion from forest to non-forest areas using land cover classifications, and then the calculation of the impacts in terms of biomass by multiplying that with a reference value of intact forest, for example. But where it gets much more complicated, and as we also heard just from Julian, is the monitoring of degradation. Now, we can detect degradation by satellite, but to be able to understand how much the biomass is changing in response is very complex, because you have a loss of biomass with initial degradation, and then you also have a recovery from degradation if there's no additional disturbances. So we have this biomass loss and sink, and to be able to try and disentangle those is very challenging, especially with the kind of data that we have at the moment. And so what my colleague Viola Heinrich recently published in Nature is quite a clever approach of basically a space for time substitution of looking at the biomass in different degraded areas with different age of the degradation to be able to reconstruct these kind of recovery curves for degraded forests to understand how much biomass these are accumulating over time. And as we can see, there's quite also a pronounced difference over the tropics for recovering degraded forest.
Thank you, Dom. This is already touching the point of which was evocated this morning several times. Do we have abundance of data, or we miss some satellite data? So maybe we can come back to this later on. Now we are talking about deforestation, we are talking about forest degradation, but let's talk also about wildfires, which is the third component of the degradation of tropical forests. So Karen, considering your experience at NASA and the experience of companies working with you, which role of space data can have in tracking wildfires in tropical regions?
Oh, thank you for the question, Andrea. It's great to be here with this panel. So NASA works with partners around the world, other space agencies, but also many other agencies, as well as organizations, to make the observations, to extract the scientific understanding, and put actionable information into the hands of people who can use it. So when it comes to fires, we know that fires start from natural causes like lightning strikes, and then also from anthropogenic causes like clearing forests for agriculture and so forth. We know, and we've just heard, fires are a major driver of land, of change in the tropical regions, changes in tropical lands. And so we have to track the location of fires and also the intensity of those fires, as well as the pre- and post-fire conditions to contribute to the overall efforts. And to do, particularly to track the active fires, and you're looking at an animation on the screen here, we use mid and thermal infrared channels, as well as global night lights channels to detect fires. And those are sometimes on low Earth orbiting platforms, sometimes geostationary, different spatial resolutions, different rates of revisit. But of course, detection is just the first step. So I want to highlight an example of how we go from detection all the way to putting information into the hands of users. And to do that, I'm going to highlight a partnership that we have with Conservation International. And I'm highlighting this one because it's different from most of our partnerships. With Conservation International, we co-built a tool called Firecast, and this is for forest and fire monitoring. It's a forest and fire monitoring alert system specifically for the tropics. So it uses satellite data, in particular the channels that I mentioned, to track fires and also forest disturbances, which are equally important when it comes to the role that tropical forests play in climate. And this is very practical. It sends out email alerts or text alerts. It's designed for use in the tropics. And so alerting people that a fire is happening so that they can take appropriate action, that's one thing. But these methodologies also allow us to understand the degree of change we're seeing. So I checked the Firecast website just after lunch and got some up-to-date information. And so, just shy of 30% more fires were detected in the last 12 months than in the 12 months before that. So agreeing with the trends that we're all concerned about. In the last 48 hours, more than 1,700 new fires were detected in the Amazon alone. So this is, these are significant numbers. And interestingly, 32%, or again, about a third, are detected right at the agriculture forest frontier, right? So this is about a third of these fires in the Amazon are conversion of forest into agriculture land. About 15% of the Amazon has been lost, and scientists think that, or are concerned that there may be a tipping point at about the 25 to 30% point where we'll have permanently changed the biome, and there will be global, even more significant global ramifications for climate. So there's the detection, there's getting that real-time information into the hands of people who can use it, and then there's also taking those observations to really look for the trends and understand the nature of the change that we're seeing and the drivers of that. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Karen. Absolutely, the detection is fundamental for identifying those patterns, and I guess that this is a kind of information which is very much important for political decisions and decision-making in several cases. Keeping going on wildfires. So wildfires are generating CO2, and they turn to Suzanne. They are directly connected to CO2 emissions because of the burning. So can space data be used to evaluate how much of CO2 is released in the atmosphere, and what are the links that we have found?
Yes, thanks for the question, Andrea. Yeah, very, very interesting topic, and sort of carrying on a little bit more from what Karen already started as a topic in terms of the climate impact that these fires actually really have. One thing that we have seen over recent years, and that was confirmed again by the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change report, the most recent stance in the synthesis report was released in March, is that extremes such as heat waves and droughts are getting more and more frequent. And as a result of this one, of course, we have many more fires also happening, which is one of the major contributors also to global emissions in many ways. Now, fires emit or the burning of vegetation and biomass, of course, causes the concentration of greenhouse gases to go up in the atmosphere. And in many ways, fires are sort of a double bad message for us, because not only do they contribute to increased emissions in the atmosphere, they're also actually destroying at the same time one of our major sinks that we have on Earth. So that's sort of a double bad feedback, I would say, in many ways. They release CO2, but they also release methane, aerosols, carbon monoxide, other oxides of nitrogen, which also have an impact on air quality. So that's not to be forgotten, quite apart from the sort of climate impact on this one. But I wanted to sort of show you this particular one, because what do we measure when we measure fire? There's a principle called the essential climate variables, and this is, climate indicators that were defined by a body called the Global Climate Observing System, and they've defined something like 55 of these ECVs meanwhile, and roughly 2/3 of them contribute from satellite data, and fire is one of them. So fire, if you could click one more time, please, on the slide. Something went wrong in the copying, I can see. Never mind. On the left-hand side, you see actually the burned area part that we can measure, for example, from Sentinel-2. And one thing is also that we have ever-increasing good resolution of these data. Because many of those small fires we haven't been able to catch in the past, but we are now able to do that with Sentinel-2, for example, and other sensors that go down in resolution to something like 10, 20, 50 meters resolution. And as a consequence of this one, we can detect actually many more small fires. And these small fires have contributed to our knowledge of how many emissions are actually available in the atmosphere by somewhere between, depending on where we look, 30 to 100% more than we originally expected. This is a huge source of that, what we need to think about. We're not only there's three things, I think, that we're measuring from space when it comes to fire. One is the part that Karen already said, which is the active fires. There's services that pursue essentially active fires as a sort of warning part. But then the main variables probably that we are looking at is burned area. So burned area is basically after the fire has happened, and we are measuring the extent of the burned area, and out of this one we can actually calculate what the emissions must have been, also in combination with our knowledge about vegetation and biomass in these particular areas. And that's really important. And then the third variable that comes under this definition from GCOS is FRP, so fire radiative power. So that's something where we can sort of measure or predict, let's say, a sort of combustion power based on the vegetation that has been available. Many of these things can be measured now from satellites. I think that's really important, especially over the last couple of years with the ever-increasing resolution from new sensors. For example, in the Copernicus program with Sentinel-2 is something where we have really made a step forward. And on the basis of these satellites also we have then established services like EFIS, the European Forest Fire Information Service, which actually sort of uses these data to give us an indication what happens. And that's not only based on satellite data from Sentinels, but also maybe from SMOS, what you already said about the availability of humidity in the soil. We will have a lightning imager on MTG. Now, all these are environmental conditions that tell us something about the ignition of a fire as well, which will help us with the prediction of these things. So there's a lot of new things to come. Maybe one mission also to sort of give you a bit of a flavor of how many different satellite data are available is over the next coming years there will be a mission called FLEX being launched, and this is a mission that looks into the fluorescence of vegetation, and that tells us something about health. So maybe that might help in investigations of knowing where we are with the degradation of a forest, for example. So all this is very interesting and new and upcoming measurements, and I think I'll stop here for the moment.
Thank you, Suzanne. Very amazing to know that it is not only the quantity of data that matter, but also the quality and the new technologies that are allowing us to have increased the resolution and increased the quality of data. Now I turn to Alessia, because we have heard the viewpoint of space agencies, of international organizations, of scientists in university. So what is the role of IGOs in this kind of fight against deforestation and forest degradation that we have been seeing as very important for preserving our CO2 balance?
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to start with a few examples of our daily activity, and starting with fires and wildfires in particular. Because as we know, the intensity and the frequency of fire are increasing due to different reasons, for incorrect agricultural management, for drought, for changing in precipitation patterns, rising temperatures, and so on. And what we do is to provide information when a fire is occurring. In particular, recently, IGEOS has been reconfirmed as the head of the consortium that leads the Copernicus Emergency Rapid Mapping Service for the European Commission's Joint Research Center. And unfortunately, we were activated lots of times in South America, in particular Brazil, Paraguay, and Bolivia, in Australia, and in South Africa. In general, not only for fires, we were activated more than 600 times, and I think we are close to 700 activations right now, and we also provided 5,000 maps. Two types of products. We have delineation products that are useful to monitor the evolution of the fire with products related to the extent. And another type of products that is the grading product that are useful to provide information about the impacts and the severity of the fire. It's important to have an emergency management, but it's also very important to know the conditions that we have before the event. And in this case, we are using hyperspectral data. In particular, we developed two solutions based on PRISMA. PRISMA is the hyperspectral satellite of the Italian Space Agency. And we work in providing two types of products, also in this case. The first one is related to hazard maps. So we are using the rich information content of hyperspectral data to extract information about the condition and the moisture that there is in specific areas. But we also provide a classification of fuels. A fuel type is related to a particular fuel model, so that when a fire is occurring, we can have more or less a prediction of the behavior of the fire. We also developed recently a solution for monitoring the deforestation and the forest disturbances, exploiting cosmos-chimed interferometric couples and a neural network. And this service has been then integrated in one of our platforms and is running in the tropical rainforest in Brazil. And last but not least, IGEOs have led different projects in the context of EUClinic initiative, an initiative of ESA. And in particular, I would like to mention two projects. One is related to the monitoring of forest degradation in the Philippines. And the second one is related instead to the monitoring of the extent and the evolution of gum trees in Ethiopia. In particular, for the first of this project, we use a combination of optical and SAR data. So these are a very good opportunity to test also fusion with different sensors and different data.
Thank you very much, Alessia. It's a very comprehensive palette of solutions that are provided, from the monitoring in real time to the modeling and the prediction. Now, we have seen during this first round where we are, what are the availability of data, data sets. Let's now try to focus on the future. So seeing what are the emerging challenges from the user needs to the technological needs to the scientific needs. So I would turn first to Julian to see what are those needs or the emerging challenges in developing countries to cope with deforestation and forest degradation.
Thank you, Andrea. Yes, this morning we had a great discussion, I think, on using data for action. I think that still is very relevant for thinking about how we reduce deforestation and forest degradation and enhance forest carbon stocks. So I think increasingly on the slide and listening to you all, I mean, we have some amazing data. And yeah, we need to make sure that that turns into action at the national level in forest countries. And I think that that can only be done through institutionalizing as much as we can into the government ministries. So, but maybe two challenges that we see as FAO that are quite urgent. I showed on the slide this morning the progress on measuring and reporting REDD+, which is very exciting. But only a handful of countries have received what we call results-based payments. And that is when you submit a reference level, you perform against it, and then you receive some monetary returns. And now we have many countries engaged, but the public finances are not available at the moment through sources such as the Green Climate Fund. But we do see, and I mentioned it this morning, new exciting opportunities for tropical forest countries like the LEAF Coalition, which brings together public and private finance. But one thing that as soon as you start bringing in private finance, you need to improve the integrity of your data for forests. So an immediate need we see from forest countries is how they can participate in these new initiatives, such as LEAF, which uses the ART-tree standard. How can they improve their activity data, which is an expression for space data and forest change, quite quickly, because they're engaged in the process and now they want to pivot and access new opportunities given that public finance is diminished at the moment in the context of REDD+. The second really hot issue we see in forest countries is a few years ago, FAO, we did a study which was a bit difficult for us that showed that 90% of deforestation is actually caused by agriculture. And as the Food and Agriculture Organization, it's quite a difficult finding to swallow, particularly when I work in the forestry division. My whole career is on protecting forests. But I think the international community is moving on this, and we see the EU compliance market, right, coming up. It's really exciting, and also the same discussions at the political level in the US and the UK. They're trying to remove commodities that are driving deforestation from the market. This is a huge challenge for tropical producer countries. How can they react to these new regulations? The EU, I understand, has already gone into law, and the others will follow soon. How can they, as a producing country, have capacity, spatial data to ensure that the production that is much of their livelihoods complies with their biggest markets, the UK, the EU, and the US? So it's a big challenge. We see the forest countries are asking, how do we move on this? And I think this community has a lot to offer with the data, with the platforms, with the solutions. Because I think, this is a hot topic in many forest countries, given that the regulations are coming into force soon. So maybe two immediate challenges, but a lot of challenges, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out just in a few minutes. Thank you, Julian. Talking back about wildfires, Karen. So we were talking about the real-time tracking of them, but what can be done more for the early detection, the pre-fire conditions, and the risks of fires? And is there room for international collaboration up there?
Yeah, it's a great question, and right, because we don't want to be in a reactive posture. We want to actively manage forests. And Alicia talked about some of those key capabilities, hyperspectral observations. We use very, very high precision and accurate thermal measurements to likewise detect stressed vegetation, because stressed vegetation is much more likely to burn. At least he talked about the fuel loads, right? That's an enormous part of understanding the conditions that can lead to fire by a lightning strike or something like that. So we make these evapotranspiration measurements with our thermal infrared measurements that tells us a lot about how land is using water. We use our gravity missions to give us estimates of surface, root zone, and groundwater. So it's not just the vegetation; it's the duff underneath, and how is that going to burn? And we're trying to advance the science of wildfire forecasting by coupling fire models with atmosphere models, for example. So it's bringing together more types of data that can inform us about the entirety of the conditions. So it's a value chain from observations to understanding to, in many cases, modeling, assimilative models that give you two things: enhanced situational awareness, but also predictive capability. And with that, you can really start to get to the kinds of services that, that managers need before they're in a crisis. And then I'll just mention one other thing, which is training. We have to teach people what these data products do and don't mean. In other words, how to use the kind of data and information we're providing. So, for example, at NASA, and we're certainly not the only organization, but we have the Applied Remote Sensing Training Program, which is free online training or in person. And we teach things like how to interpret data for wildland fire decision making, and actually, we haven't really been talking about it here, but sensing of dust, fire, smoke, and air quality, those are all related as well, and they can lead to issues that need immediate attention in the area around a fire. So it's the observations all the way through to situational awareness and prediction before a fire starts, and making sure people know how to use that information. And of course, we could have the same conversation about the post-fire environment and how to manage that, because we can have cascading effects as well.
Thank you, Karen. Very good picture of what is possible and what must be done for overcoming those kind of emergencies and trying to cope with them before they happen. Alessia, I turn back to you. According to your experience on tropical areas, what are the lessons that you have learned and would like to share with us and with the audience?
Okay, the first lesson, I think that it's evident, is the importance of the exploitation of different types of data, different types of sources. In particular, we're talking about hyperspectral, multispectral, SAR data, thermal data for evapotranspiration, for instance, because all this data can give a synoptic view of the phenomena we are monitoring. But in reality, there is also an operational constraint. For instance, in tropical rainforest, using just optical data is not possible, because there is a high cloud coverage. So the use of SAR data is crucial, is very important. And we are very lucky because we have tons of satellites, tons of constellations, but having constellations available is not enough, in my opinion. We have to maximize the exploitation of this data, and this is an important point. We can do this, of course, using new technologies. Not only new technologies, because we have, of course, artificial intelligence with machine learning models. We have cloud computing, but we have also physical models that are very, very good, and we can use them thanks to cloud computing. Mm-hmm. And in particular, I think that we have also to remind that also these new technologies have an impact. In fact, if we consider just training a model, it requires resources. So we need to avoid to waste resources in this sense. And another lesson learned is related to the crucial importance of local communities, because local communities are the first ones to be impacted by climate change, but are also the first one that can benefit from our solution. And we need to exploit their experience, their knowledge of the territory, and also they can give you requirements, they can give you also validation data, because if you have a product a product does not exist if you are not able to validate it. So, and it's very important, this point. And last but not least, I think that also it's very important, the contribution of development institutions, because they can give resources and can give you a view of the global situation. And inside this framework, we are able to develop solutions, effective solutions.
Thank you, Alessia. This is very important, the link that you made with local communities, institutions, and of course the availability of data and modeling, because this is where lies the very problem. So the local communities are actually the ones that are exposed most, and they have to be at the center of the picture. So, Dominique, let's come back to science. And what do you think? We are exploring a bit what are the challenges, what do you think are the major gaps that we still have in understanding deforestation and forest degradation, and their connection with also CO2 emissions? What is your viewpoint on this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if you can show this slide again, because that was, okay.
It's coming.
So, essentially, what we're really interested in, the second slide that was just shown, I think. What we're interested in terms of forest degradation is that it's a mixture of very different processes. And I think one of the key challenges is that we use different satellite data to be able to distinguish between these processes, because we have processes of logging, fire disturbances, so those are more the human impacted processes, but then we also have the climate-related processes in terms of drought-related mortality, and wind throws, and even flooding, which can cause forest degradation. And as mentioned before, all these aspects have a very different relation to carbon emissions, so the impacts on carbon stocks are relatively diverse. And so what we can do now, on the one hand, with the amount of high-resolution satellite data we have, we can try and classify these different disturbance types. So that is one of the main challenges, and I think avenues for future quantification of the degradation impact on the carbon cycle, as well as monitor over time the impacts of these factors, because as Susanne also mentioned, we have, or we will have in future, quite high resolution information on solar-induced fluorescence to quantify the state of the function of degraded forests, and we also have variables on the state. For example, I've shown that we required to use space for time substitution to be able to monitor the change in degraded forests. But if we actually have high enough resolution biomass change data, which we are now going towards with new products just released also by ESA in terms of 100-meter biomass change information, we can quantify these impacts in much more detail. And once we also have the impact on the status and structure on the forest, we get closer to understanding the feedbacks, because the feedbacks in terms of degradation are also that the local climate is influenced, and so we have exacerbation of these kind of climatic impacts as well. But one thing which I thought was already interesting, already mentioned, was the importance of field data, because this often gets forgotten. We have all these amazing now capabilities from Earth observation, but in order to calibrate these models and validate, we need field data. For example, in terms of the biomass change after fire, we develop these models showing, the potential regrowth if there's no disturbance. But actually, from field data, what we sometimes identify is that over multiple years after fire, we are still losing biomass. And to be able to integrate these insights from the field with the Earth observation derived models is one of the key challenges. Then also, I think one aspect, just touching on policy very briefly, once we have these capabilities to really show the impact of degradation in terms of the carbon balance, we can also highlight how important these are to include, for example, in national inventories, which are currently not done. For example, for Brazil, they monitor degradation using simplified methods for RED+ accounting, for example, but not in the national inventories and what is reported to UNFCCC for climate agreements and so on. So in terms of highlighting these importance of these factors is quite important to be able to use Earth observation-based models for that, because currently I think degradation is sometimes still forgotten, still considered negligible in terms of the degraded areas are considered to recover and so be net neutral in terms of carbon balance. But what we find from remote sensing-based studies, this is not the case. Yeah.
Thank you, Dom. Actually, this is very true. Going from data modeling to political action is fundamental, and you have made very much the link, and this is something that we can write down for as an outcome of this session. Susanne, I turn to you to know more about what are the future plans for improving the availability of data, new technologies, new missions that could help in having better information from space.
Yes, I think maybe having listened to all of you now, some of my points were already that I originally wanted to make were picked up, but I would like to stress two points really. One is I'd like to move away from the individual measurement that we might need, more to how we use these measurements together. One of the things that we're doing this year is in 2023, first time we're doing the global stocktake. So that comes under the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change, the Paris Agreement in 2015. And it was agreed that in 2023 and then subsequently every 5 years, we would do a global assessment of where we actually stand with our emissions. And this is going on this year for the first time, and I think it's a very steep learning curve for many of us. But it also means that we need to understand how to use the multitude of data that we actually already have and put them together in a system and budget consideration. So in ESA, we in the Climate Change Initiative, the first slide that I showed you, we also have a project called RECAP, by which we actually compare the currently mainly done bottom-up approach. So basically a state would know roughly what they know in terms of industry, and then they would apply some sort of statistical approach, and then they would come up with an estimate of their emissions on a national level. What we would like to do is to sort of introduce the use of satellite data to do the whole thing top-down. And that's not to check up or something like this. It is basically to get a sort of instant, actually measured value that we could sort of oppose to the estimates that we have bottom up. And for that one, we need to use a multitude of different satellite data. And it's not just the actual measurement, let's say, of CO2. So for like maybe with the CO2M mission that's coming up and many other missions that are already in place. It's also to understand the sources and sinks that we have on Earth. And there is many more data that we can actually use. And I mean, fire is one of the uncertainties that we have in this budget. And with the improvement of picking up on small fires and the effect that that has on understanding how much of emissions we're actually introducing in the atmosphere, we sort of probably alleviated quite significantly an uncertainty that we had until then. I mean, other uncertainties, of course, come from forest monitoring. They come from permafrost monitoring that we can do, land use, land cover change. That there's so many different data that we need to put together, and this is only, let's say, in a policy area. But then also in the last year we had a very detailed discussion with the Global Climate Observing System, and they come up with these essential climate variables, obviously, and they updated it. And instead of adding many more of these variables. I mean, some were updated because it was necessary, and we spotted a gap in there. They also said quite clearly, actually, the focus needs to be on looking at the carbon, water, and energy cycles. So we need to put all these different climate data records that we have, all these ECVs, we need to put them together in an intelligent way to actually close budgets and understand what it actually means. And that comes into play when we also think about the global carbon budget that we are putting together every year. All of the things that we've been talking about here today are part and parcel of this discussion, and there's so many different aspects, and I think this is the important bit. And last but not least, I think one thing coming from a climate perspective is uncertainty characterization. All these data sets have uncertainties, and we need to make sure that people who use these data sets actually understand what we mean with this one. It doesn't mean they're uncertain. That means they have an error bar, like next to everything on life. So this is something that we need to communicate very well, and I think this is really important to do. So I guess that's maybe my brief assessment of what I saw not yet covered here.
Indeed, these are two very scientific aspects that you have mentioned. So using data together and underlining what are the uncertainties that are linked to data. And this is very much important for understanding the value of them. So I think that we came to an end of our panel. I am very happy to have had you here. We still have a few minutes, but I don't see anybody asking for questions from Slido, so I would open the floor if someone wants to ask a question to any of our panelists. We still have a few minutes to go. This is not the case, so I think that you have been very good in touching all the topics. Thank you very much for participating. We have been learning a lot from your viewpoints during this session, and I wish you all the best for the remaining of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
today. So if you want to listen in, please come in, take a seat, and we'll kick it off. So I think after all these discussions, we are all very well aware about the contributions space can provide to climate protection. But are we always doing very well in communicating this to the general public and to decision makers? And that is exactly the topic of this next Global Networking Forum session, which will give us some insight on how to communicate about climate change and on how the space industry can tell our story better. That's the title. And I'm extremely pleased to welcome on stage Crystal Atzelton, who will be the moderator of this session. Crystal is the Director of Space Applications Programs at the Secure World Foundation. Crystal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So when I talked to the co-chairs about having this session, I wasn't sure if we'd be able to proceed, because it's in some ways really inspiring to see what we've seen all day today, as Christian said, that we understand the value of this and we want to expand that value, we want to bring it to more communities. We really want to make sure that it's effective and efficient and well known, but for some of us the question is that the case? And so this session is really wants to dive a little bit more into the policymaker side of things, the end user community, and to a certain extent, even your friends and family. How well do they understand the value of space? Do they know what GPS and PNT technologies are? Do they know where weather data comes from? There's a lot of evidence out there that that's not necessarily the case. And so this session, we're going to take a look at some of those ideas and have some really amazing experts in media and communications share with you their insights so far in today from this event, but also in a more broad sense to really understand how we're doing so far and where we can improve. To give you a sense of this, I did want to start off with a couple of visuals, because one thing I get sometimes from the space community is, well, everybody understands. Everybody loves space. It's so interesting. You know, we all really interested in astronauts and exploration and space technologies, and there really isn't a problem here. And so I wanted to start with a couple of headlines. You'll notice that most of these relate to the billionaire space race or launch. However, I want to remind all of us that for most people in the world, the distinction between the different areas of the space community are not particularly strong. And so when they see headlines like this, it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't relate to you. And when they're in such publications as Teen Vogue, we've hit the mainstream. You know, this isn't about, you know, some esoteric article buried somewhere. These are what people are clicking on in their daily news life online. And one of these stories here about Spaceport Cornwall also want to show you the consequences. When there is a disconnect between how well the public and others understand the value of space for climate change and other areas, you can get pushback and you can get protest. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So to give you one other set of examples, this is a Patagonia ad, a Super Bowl commercial, and an internet meme. The Patagonia ad in particular is a global campaign by one of the world's most committed companies to affecting climate change, arguably. And their campaign was, "We're in the business to save our home planet, not Mars." That is not communication that we as a community are benefiting from. The commercial up there, same thing. That played during one of the largest TV events in the world, and Matthew McConaughey was sort of saying, space, not so useful, not so great. Again, not messaging that we're particularly interested in. And the last thing that we're going to dive into in this session is the understanding of, is it an either or? For many people, they understand space, they understand we're investing in it, but do they understand that we're not taking those resources away, but rather building out the infrastructure that is needed to address global challenges like climate change? So thank you for that. Now I want to introduce my panelists. So we have Camille Bergen, who is the Senior Business Development Manager for VAST. She is also a well-known space influencer and STEM communicator known as the Galactic Girl. We have Emma Gatti, who is the Editor-in-Chief of Spacewatch Global. We have Wu Li, the producer and senior space correspondent from CGTN. And we have Aravind Rajavanandran, the founder of TerraWatch Space. So welcome, everyone. Thank you. All right, we're just going to dive right in because I know you all have lots of thoughts on this. I'm going to start over here. Arvind, as the founder of a strategic advisory and communications firm that focuses exclusively on Earth observations, satellite data, and its applications, can you provide some opening thoughts? Do you feel that the space industry is effective at communicating value regarding the use of space assets and data to fight climate change?
Where do I start, right? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. So as the founder of Terawatt Space, I'll probably give you a quick intro into why I started Terawatt Space. 6 years ago, when I got into the space industry, I learned about Earth observation and all the applications and the remote sensing instruments, all of that. And what I realized was, why is this not mainstream? And when I go ask people who used to work in tech with me before in the software world, none of them had any idea what the applications of Earth observation technologies were. And it was not mainstream. So I was just baffled because there's so much application coming out of it. You name an industry, you have an application, right? We know that. But then people outside our so-called bubble, what I have come to call the EO bubble or the space bubble, they don't realize what the value of Earth observation is, what the value of satellite data is in their everyday lives. So when I left my previous role a couple of years ago, I decided to start TerraWatch to make Earth observation mainstream. That was kind of the vision for TerraWatch. And if you look at any technology if you look at technology in 3 A's, which is availability, awareness, and adoption, I think in the space industry, we talk a lot about the availability, and we stress so much on availability that we don't really give as much attention to the awareness. Awareness is not just saying, we've launched a satellite. It's about the so what, right? Like, what is this satellite? It's a high-resolution satellite. It can monitor and detect trees in high resolution. So what, right? The end user wants to know, so what? Whether you're talking about a customer in the commercial sector or in the public sector, they want to know the so what. And then they want to know, how can they start using it, right? So that's kind of where I think we have a big gap and we have a lot of work to do as a community to make that better. And when it comes to climate change, it becomes even worse because it also becomes political at the end of the day. So we also need to convince policymakers where money needs to go in. You realize that there's a satellite where it's important to invest money into that satellite, but then as a policymaker, they need to be convinced. Why is it important to go and put money into this satellite to fill the data gap? I think in the last sessions, we talked about data gaps and what gaps exist in the industry. And if you want to go to a policymaker and make a case, I think they need to understand as well. So there's a lot of work to do in terms of, so maybe I'll stop here and I'll have the inputs from the others.
Thank you. I want to move to Camille. You represent 2 really important stakeholders in this conversation, new space and social media. And I wanted to get your thoughts on how space activities are being portrayed broadly, particularly as we saw in the earlier slides. Do you feel that space tourism is being understood well, its benefits, its value, or is it something that's as kind of frivolous as we saw in my carefully selected opening slides?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's getting the positive attention that it deserves. As I'm sure you all know, we see those headlines literally all the time, and just in our Apple News feeds, right? It's just right there in mainstream media. But I think there's space activities in terms of astronomy, and then there's space activities in terms of aerospace, and those are obviously very different. We're aware of that in the room, but a lot of people outside of the space industry do not understand that. But astronomy, think James Webb, for example, is really positive in the mainstream media, even if it's just this new photo and there's no information about the science or why it's important, but because it's beautiful and inspirational, it gets really good positive coverage. Then you look at aerospace and you're looking at rockets and satellites and stuff, right? The stuff that all of us in this room probably work on. And it's either not covered or it's very negative. It's, why are we spending money, as we saw in those headlines? Why are we spending money to go to space when we have so many problems to fix here on Earth, including climate change? It was that meme, right? Should we go to space for 5 minutes, or should we solve world hunger? Should we solve climate change? And obviously, to those of us in the room, we know that those are completely not one or the other, as Crystal said at the beginning. So I'm actually presenting a paper on Thursday regarding this exact topic with a lot more information about how exactly it's being covered in the media. And when we looked at the data, it's very telling. You look at the word clouds, and it's either, as I mentioned, it's either astronomy and exploration and inspiration, or it's what are we doing? This is a frivolous use of resources. the media covers it as billionaires are going to space and leaving us behind, and all these climate change problems. So I think that there's like two very, very different sides of the story. And then the other thing I really noticed in the data is that mainstream media rarely covers the true positive impact of space. And what's even worse is that space news outlets don't really cover it either. And if they do cover it, it's filled with technical jargon that is completely inaccessible to a lot of people. And mainstream outlets, how can we expect them to pick up on this coverage if our own news outlets, one, aren't covering it, or two, aren't making it accessible to people?
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about the technical aspect of it. I once heard a reporter say to a room full of space companies, if you keep sending me press releases about your latest data download, I'm not going to cover you, right?
Yeah.
There's how do we make this accessible? So Emma, that's a perfect lead-in for you, who is a space journalist, and you cover a wide range of topics. So I'm curious, can you tell us about the challenges you face, and specifically how you've seen the evolution of coverage remain around commercial companies and other space activities as they relate to climate change and other benefit?
Thank you, Crystal. Very good question. I'm going to try to answer your question and maybe integrate also with something that Camille just said, try to bring the two things together. So what you, Camille, say is completely true. I mean, I think it's a matter of fact. So if we're starting from the point that agencies, everybody in the space sector wants to communicate to the outside world. It's not they don't want to. I think this is a fair point. But my thesis, and I think Camille's thesis, I think everyone's thesis, is that it's not happening, and it's not happening efficiently. So let me give you a bit of perspective on what we do and how I see the thing, and maybe try to give an answer on why this is happening. First thing, we see two major issues. The first issue is with the public sector, the institutions, and the agencies. Okay, I macro group them. They have a density of information, a density of communication that makes impossible to understand to the general public. General public or third parties, okay, can also be politicians, governments, whatever. Why that happen? I ask myself this question every day. Why this is happening? So I have a twofold answer, which might or might not be true. To me, is a cultural issue. And it's a cultural issue on two levels. It's a scientific cultural problem. Science, historically, doesn't like and doesn't care to talk to other people. We like to keep it within us. And I know that because I've been a scientist. I'm still a scientist. We don't like it. We've never been in the position that we have to explain why we're getting money from governments, why our solutions are useful. We just, trust me, I'm a doctor type of approach. Top down. We cannot afford it anymore. We don't like it in general. Second thing, still again, the science world. In general, what we really care is the approval of our peers. The most important thing for a scientist is not that you, general person on the street, believe him or her, but that his colleague or her colleagues think that what he's doing is kind of like up to the standard. The second cultural problem is, I'm going to tailor this one, I think is a specific European issue, I see it much less in the US, is an institutional approach. In Europe especially, we believe that something to be institutional has to be serious. It has to be heavy, possibly even boring, because more once something is boring and more people will take you seriously. And this brings all the conversation to an unbearable density, to an extent, and then the general public, the young people, or anybody else is like, sorry, I'm not so interested. So this is my perspective. We are missing the target. And if you want to comment on the private companies, I'm having this opposite problem. We receive, I don't know how many press releases a day, okay? I could cover the name of the company, and I could just copy and paste. It's the same corporate language. And I don't know who is writing these press releases, guys, but how many times you think you can use the word disruptive until the word disruptive doesn't mean anything, and they all, come on. So on one side, my problem is that I'm having the unbearable density of the agencies, and on the other side, the unsustainable lightness of the companies. And you know who is going to hit the target? Teen Vogue. because they know how to communicate to the public. So for me, the final challenge, and I'm going to wrap up, is that it's not a problem of intensify the communication, and this is why it's difficult, is finding a new way to communicate scientific content, which are complex. They have a huge dignity. You cannot just trivialize them, but you have to merge them with a storytelling that can engage the public, that can fulfill them, that can enthusiastically bring them in. And that's the challenge for me.
Yeah, we're going to come back to this idea of storytelling in a minute, because I think that is one of my biggest takeaways from my early conversations ahead of this actual session with you. But you hit on an interesting point that I don't think I've heard raised before, which is the density within the scientific community. And I agree with you. I finished a master's not all that long ago, and I actually did a lot on science communications. And I was beating my head against the wall with some of my peers in school who were exactly like that. Well, no, I can't comment on policy. My job is just to put data out there. I can't, and I think the climate change world has seen a narrative of this for 20 years. There's a really famous piece by a woman who went on to be the administrator of NOAA, who wrote to the climate change, her fellow climate change scientists, and said, hey guys, you need to talk to somebody outside the world. Like, climate change is happening and we need to tell people. And now we've seen that we've moved forward in that, but we're still struggling how to communicate these very dense technical ideas in ways that are actionable and understandable to others. And so I think that's a really great point. I want to turn to, you also specifically brought up this idea of a European perspective, because it's easy to say we have a problem, but that doesn't mean the problem is exactly the same everywhere. And so I want to turn to you to talk a little bit about some of these topics. You know, how do you see this issue of space and climate change playing out in China or in other Asian media? How do you think it's the same? Where does it differ? You know, what are your observations here?
Yeah, Crystal, thank you for having me. Actually, this is my first time here in Norway, and talking about the space and climate actions in China and across Asia. And I can tell that more space satellites have been used in China to monitor the carbon emissions, and also the weather satellites, the remote sensing satellites. We do see a lot of communications and also satellites here across Asia. But one thing that a lot of people are now using these satellites for educational purposes, especially for the younger generation. I can tell that in China in recent years, because we know China has a Tiangong space station, and also a lot of the lunar and Mars missions. And a lot of younger generations are interested in these kind of space explorations, and especially for climate change. And climate change has been a very global challenge that needs a global response. That's why a lot of scientists and also engineers across China are now telling a lot of stories on social media platforms. They are doing TV interviews, writing papers, articles. And the one thing that they are doing is to tell the people how to solve the problems, especially with the help of the satellites, and raise awareness, especially with the younger generations. And I met several, tech reporters, and also a lot of engineers and scientists have become influencers on social media platforms. They are using their own channels to tell the stories, not only for the institutions, but also through their mouth, through their daily lives. They want to show that what is happening in my company, in my work, and what my satellite is working out here, and what I want to tell them. So I can tell that one thing in common with the rest of the world in Asia is that more satellites are now using in the climate actions, and people, especially the scientists, especially engineers, are now realize the importance of being capable of communicating with the rest of the world. So that's what I'm going to talk about here in China and across Asia.
Great. And you brought me to my next question perfectly. I wanted to turn back to Camille and talk a little bit specifically about social media, which I think it's fairly obvious can be a positive, but it can also be a negative. And so, as someone who is often interacting with the public directly online in a STEM education role, what is your impression overall of how social media is portraying activities like very large constellations, like launch, like exploration, like Earth observations? And specifically, I'm particularly curious about like what kind of comments and feedback do you get? Like how does, like I've seen your education outreach, like I know what it looks like, but what is your sort of, how do you view this in social media and what's the reaction you're getting online?
Yeah. So it was said in one of the previous sessions that social media algorithms sensationalize and dramatize everything, and that is so true. I resonated so much with that. I can't remember what session it was in, but like finger snaps for you. So when I talk about controversial topics, even if I'm not intending for them to be controversial, so for example, I attended the SLS rollout for the first time last March. I posted a video. It was not a great video at all, but I posted a random video, and it got 5 million views. And the reason for that was, again, not because it was a good video. It was literally me like, oh my gosh, look at this like really cool rocket. It's right here. I'm standing right next to it. It was bad. It got 5 million views, not because it was good, because people were arguing about Elon Musk and Starship, and oh, you're wrong. It's not actually the most powerful rocket in the world. And oh, NASA needs to just stop existing because we have Elon. And the algorithm picked it up and it went viral. Because they were arguing, because the social media algorithms love when people argue and when they're controversial. In fact, we often kind of joke about in the content creator world, if you say one slightly wrong thing, your video is going to go viral. If your video is perfectly accurate, it's not going to do very well, which is not great and very demoralizing, I might say. So on the flip side, when I talk about climate change satellites or anything, of importance in climate change or solving our problems here on Earth. Let's talk about like methane sat, for example. So I worked with the Environmental Defense Fund a couple of weeks ago for Earth Month, and they were working with Bill Nye to talk about methane sat and how we can reduce methane emissions, which a lot of people don't really think about outside of the space industry or the climate industry, that methane is actually a very big contributor to the problem. So I talked about it, this really great video. It was very well done, great quality, not my, look at this rocket, guys. And because it was factual, it was scientific, it was about a real world problem, there was nothing wrong in the video, and I worked with an actual organization that's combating climate change, it got less than 10,000 views. I have over 500,000 followers. Those numbers don't add up. So that being said, in terms of how space activities are portrayed across social media, it's obviously not very great because the algorithm picks up on the controversial topics, the really, dare I might say, the sexy topics, like, really cool rockets that I guess are controversial when they shouldn't be. But constellation or content about constellations and launch and really important missions and how space actually benefits life on Earth just bombs most of the time, and it's really sad. And so in terms of content and comments, I don't even look at them anymore because they're so bad. But we can't blame the public, can we? If the social media algorithms are pushing this content out to them that is wrong, that is sensationalized, that is dramatized, that is intended to spark controversy and arguments and proliferate all of these conspiracy theories, it's not their fault that that's what they're being fed, and it's not always their fault that they have these perceptions of the space industry. But instead, it's a couple different fold, right? It's one, our own issues with communicating our own value. It kind of goes back to my previous point. If we don't even talk about it, how can we expect mainstream news to talk about it? And then two, the algorithms do not favor any sort of scientific or real or non-controversial content.
It's definitely something we need to figure out. But first we have to acknowledge that it's an issue. And that's definitely one of the first steps to taking a look at that. I want to come back to you. You touched a little bit on this in your opening comments, but I want to talk to you a little bit as, what would you say to the stakeholders, to the companies, to the NASAs and the ESAs and the other organizations around the world who are, building out this data or making use of it? How can they make your job easier? How can we help you tell this story in a way that is effective?
Well, another difficult question. So I don't think this is not the right audience to say what I'm just about to say, but we'll say it anyway, since we want to be controversial. Stop telling stories starting from your tools. Speaking about satellites, I'm sorry if I'm the one breaking this news to the audience. Humanity doesn't care about satellites. That's a hard truth. They care about the application of satellites for their own needs, for their own dreams. They want us to tell us a story about the potential of these satellites for something bigger, for something that involves them, okay? Because otherwise it becomes a sort of peacock fight. I built 3 satellites. Oh, I built 4 satellites. You know what? I built 5 satellites. And then where is the communication? Then of course it's arid. Of course nobody cares. So my experience in communication, in science communication, okay, because I don't do generic communication, I do science and space communication. The 2 secrets, which I'm going to give you free of charge now. The first one, every story has to have a human component. It has to start from humanity, from our feelings, from our emotions. If you want to dig in the dirt, you start from the fears. Better not to, because it can become dangerous. But you have to start from a starting point that involves humans, otherwise we don't care. And the second one, which is related to this one, is that the art of crafting a good scientific storytelling is taking abstract concepts and transforming them in images that our mind can process, which means daily images, daily experiences. If you just give a list of missions, how can people relate to what you're doing? But if you explain the missions using images that can pick up from our daily experiences, speak about food, speak about animals, speak about trees, speak about school, speak about hospital, then people will interact, then people will react. So this is my...
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I've had this conversation with satellite companies who will remain nameless, but I've pulled up their website and I've said, this is your climate change website. It's pictures of satellites. It's pictures of not even the data, not even the outcomes. It is literally click on satellite A, B, or C. That may be effective as to the person that you actually need to sell the data to, but that is not who your main audience is. And even those people, in many cases, especially when you're working with these outside fields, need to start from a place of what is the data for and work backwards to where does the data come from. So I personally couldn't agree with you more. Let's turn over here. You work with clients on some of these issues. Is this well understood? Like, what do your clients think about it? Is it something where you want to teach them from the beginning, or are they coming to you because they understand they have a problem and they need help fixing it? Like, what's the status in the private sector here?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of lucky because I get paid to redesign the websites and slide decks of companies that offer them the service. That's usually step one, because first of all, they want to understand what is this company actually trying to sell? What is the value for me? What is the ROI if I use this satellite data? What is going to be the impact for my organization? What are the benefits that it's going to give me? And it's more so the case, especially in the last year, because a lot of companies have started to take climate and climate risk seriously. So a lot of organizations want to do something about it, and they know somehow satellites have to do something about it, right, for monitoring purposes, or whether it's to report climate risk or whether it's to report emissions. Now, what they need to understand is, if they go to their website or do the Google search, that's a different problem. We have an SEO problem where you go search for something on Google or on a search engine. You'll not be able to find them in the first page, which is a separate conversation. But like you mentioned, what they are fed with is information about the technology, but not the value. And even if we look at slide decks, the slide decks have, I guess, 80% about how cool the technology or the sensor or the data set or the algorithm is, and 20% about the value. It's not the other way around. So that's kind of what is most of the work that I do, is enabling the clients to understand. And also, on the other hand, I work with companies in the industry to help figure out what can be the better communication strategy for them. Because if I prepare a market map, and if I want to, I usually prepare a lot of market maps and landscapes to help understand for the end user what the market looks like. I can't position all of the companies doing the same thing, because they're all trying to do something different. And sometimes I have to go to them to clarify if really, is this what you're doing? Is this where you want to be positioned as a company? Because it will have an impact on how the end user decides, right? So, and also has an impact on how politicians decide, right? They'll probably assume that, okay, we have this one satellite and it's doing its job. Maybe there are data gaps and we need to communicate that properly. And more importantly, not just here are the data gaps, but what is the opportunity cost of not filling those data gaps, right? So if we don't communicate that, we won't get the investment from the public sector, and the private sector is becoming more and more interested in space, as we see from the investment trends, and they need to see that trend as well, that there are gaps, there are problems to be fixed, and they need to understand what is the value of fixing those problems with space, and that's what I think we have to do better.
So that's a perfect setup. So I want to talk to you a little bit about stakeholders here, right? It's easy to dismiss this to a certain extent, saying, well, I'm still doing what I need to do, my data is coming out, like we're doing what we can. But I want to talk a little bit about, one could argue that, yeah, it doesn't really matter if the public understands, if your grandma or my little whatever, my little kids or whatever. But would you agree with that? Or do you kind of agree with what he's saying, that it matters for policymakers, it matters for workforce, it matters for investment? Like, where do you think it's most important for?
I do think that it really matters, especially for the company's branding, marketing, and policies, and especially the long-term development. As long as you want to survive in the competitive world, you need to communicate with the public about your products, your services, and especially your partners. And you need to tell them that your products really matters for humanity, for some people in the world. And if you cannot tell the stories that people don't understand, that your service relates to their lives, and your world doesn't really need the services. So that's why I think that it really matters especially for the younger generations. Because now, especially for those who are now, they don't watch TV, they don't watch papers, they just use their cell phones and rely everything on the social media. So we need to tell them through different social media platforms, and we need to tell them what really matters for the future. And that is why I think today the companies, the stakeholders need to focus on the potential and the prospects of the younger generations. And we need to tell them, communicate with them, hear their advices, and to modify the products and services, and to tell them a story about their life. And I remember that every time in the space launch in China, there are some coastal areas, every time. Hundreds of people, they bring their children there, and we see them, that the children watching the rockets blasting off, and they are, wow, this is really great. I think that thing that gives them dreams about working in the space or being an astronaut or in the scientific field, working in the science field. So that's why I think that every time we have a product, we have a service, we need to tell them. I really agree with what Emma was saying, that we need to tell them from the perspective of our life, and to tell them why it really matters to my life, and how to interact with people, and especially really through social media platforms.
Excellent. So we are going to take a few audience questions. I see a few rolling in, so I'm giving you the 3-minute warning. I'm going to do a rapid fire round as one of my last questions, and then I'm going to turn to audience questions. So definitely get on the Slido and put them in. So we talked about some of the bad. So now I want to do a short rapid fire question, which is, give me a good example. Where have you seen positive interaction? And so while you think, I'll start. I put a headline up about Spaceport Cornwall and their interaction with some very high-profile protest groups. But I can also tell you that they worked really hard within their local community and with many of those groups to overcome that impression. And you can do another Google search, and you'll find some of the stories where they did a lot of actual local community outreach. We talk a lot about media and social media, but communication doesn't just happen online. It doesn't just happen in what's left of print media. It also happens in your communities. And I think that's something that we can often forget about. So that was my example. If you're comfortable, just start over here, and we'll go around.
So a positive example where we have communicated well, I think it is, I have to say, I've been in the industry for the last 6 years, and it's been on the positive trend in terms of how we have tried to communicate, whether it's the space agencies or companies. Things are changing, things are evolving, because for companies, it's their business case. If they don't communicate, the end users will not come to them, investors won't understand them. Same with space agencies. If they don't communicate, they're not going to get the funding. And I think ESA has been doing a very, very good job, and I was at the Meteosat third generation launch, and I think everything that was done about, people usually forget about the part about the thing that comes after launch. What happens? What's the satellite? What does it do? What is the commercial benefit? What is the societal benefit? What is the environmental benefit? I think that event was very well put together by ESA, and a lot of people, especially because I was there in the event, and quite a few people who I know watched the event, were able to come out with, okay, this is a very important satellite, and I could not believe that I didn't know this before. So I think that's what I had 6 years ago. I cannot believe that I didn't know this before, is the kind of best case scenario reaction for anybody who's learning about the importance of space for climate change, and I think ESA did that very well.
I agree. Trying to think. I think one thing that really hit me was the Inspiration 4 documentary on Netflix. I know that, Jared had a lot of money to make that happen, but that was a very strategic part of that mission to communicate to people on Netflix, and Netflix makes great documentaries, in my opinion, about the Inspiration 4 mission. And it was, of course, there were headlines around that mission of, billionaire goes to space, and he's just buying a really, really expensive vacation, and, oh, he is raising money for St. Jude. Well, I guess we'll talk about that. But in terms of the documentary and in terms of what we put out, and it was collective with Jared's help and the I4 crew, but also SpaceX. That was a really, really powerful documentary, and I wish that it had gotten a lot more public mainstream coverage.
Emma?
I give you 2 examples.
I love it.
Both coming from the Norwegian Space Agency, which is that is an agency. We follow all agencies, but I have 2 good examples from them. The first one is this morning. The concert with the young female artist on stage, it was very powerful, it was immediate, it was fresh, it was real. You cannot beat something like that. That's how it should be. It was young, finally, young person on stage, taking the stage. I loved it, I think it was fantastic. The second one, Brussels 2023 is January, it's raining outside in front of the palace where we're having the space, the European Space Forums. There are big panels, and each space agency from Europe was exposing the big panels. And each panel is the same, because we're very conservative in our communication. So they're all dark blue and black, of course, space blue, and they're having this very thick list of satellites written very small, very, very small. I wonder who made that? How do you think that outside in January in Brussels, people are going to stop 20 minutes per panel to read each satellite mission you're doing? Again, you're not thinking about the target. You're thinking about yourself. There was only one agency that did something different. The Norwegian Space Agency. The panel was green and white, so already standing out. Also intelligent from a communication point of view, because it's the only one that is different. Big images, no big text, and obviously already calling with the storyline of climate, because they choose the right palette. And that was a very intelligent, very clever way to communicate. So kudos to that.
Yeah, it's not just about stories, it's about visuals, right?
Of course, there are different ways to communicate. The storyline is also visual.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Actually, I have almost 1 million followers on Facebook and Twitter, and reviewing all the posts I have made, that many of these good examples are that interactive with the audience, especially when we talk about the space launches and different satellites, and also SpaceX, Elon Musk. Different stories can be told, and people can feel that this launch really matters. And especially, I remember that one influencer on the social media as a 74 years old teacher, and who retired, and she talked about how to make different experiments on the social media platforms. And also Elon Musk, different SpaceX, different missions will give us different feedbacks. And every time we watch this the live stream about the space launches, and really give me more examples. And I remember that a lot of space photographers, every time when they go to different space launches, they will update every pictures, and also they will make kind of animation about how to live on Mars, and also how to live on different planets. So this kind of examples that really, I think, is a good example how to use, make full use of this animation, video, and also documentary and pictures, we combine them together and to put that on all the platforms. So I think today, for the companies, if you don't have the professional capability, you can work with the media, with the tech reporters, with different companies, then we can work together to make the communications better. Because I think different people may have different their work. If you focus on the science, that's okay. And we can come to work together, to work with the influencers, work with the companies and the tech reporters, and we can tell the stories better. So that's why I think today the forum, our panels, we want to tell the stories that we need the communication, we need the service, we need the information, so that we can understand mutually, and so that we can find the right angle, find the right form to tell the audiences about what this story is.
Absolutely. So we have some really great questions, actually. So thank you, everybody. You answered my call. I'm going to start with one from Jenny. She says, I do a lot of STEM outreach work. And without fail, small young children say space is cool. So the question is, at what age and why do you think we lose the general public's interest? I'll start with a very short story of what alerted me to this problem to begin with, which is my teenage stepdaughter is very interested in things like climate change and other global problems, very active online, and was consistently sharing really negative space stories, many of which were inaccurate. And I would go and be like, that's not actually true. And it really alerted me to this online community interaction, and that's what sort of got me going down this. And so I think it is. I think it's as young people grow and see this exposure to some of these negative headlines that we're talking about. But does anyone else have insight into that? Camille?
Yeah, so I think you touched on that perfectly, that especially the next generation, the younger generation right now, they really care, and we talked about this in an earlier session today, they really care about the climate and sustainability. And so they want to go into industries that are perceived as sustainably and environmentally conscious. The space industry is not perceived as that. And so I don't really know, of course it depends on region and the individual person and the education system that they're in, but so I don't really know what exactly, when exactly they would lose their interest in it, but it's a very common fact that a lot of really young kids want to be an astronaut, and then maybe middle school, they're like, oh no, I want nothing to do with space. And it's meeting that younger generation where they're at, and really working on our communication skills so that we are seen as environmentally conscious and beneficial to climate change.
Yeah, I think what I'll add is what I've observed also over the last 6 years. I try to keep one foot in the inside space world and one foot outside as an outsider. And what I feel is they don't feel like they have anything to do, because they're the only or two career paths they can imagine is rocket scientist or astronaut. Maybe they're wearing glasses, or they are scared, so they don't want to be a rocket astronaut, or they're not interested in engineering. So I think the roles seem to be very limited, but what we need to convey is how multidisciplinary it is. And especially when it comes to climate, something that I'm very, very interested in, and I want to see more work is the way we communicate our visualization and the way we communicate about our satellite data. It's not just images. And I have linked a few interesting pieces in a few of my newsletters from the Financial Times and New York Times. They have done very, very good work in terms of just, there was one recently about talking about the GRACE mission, which is a NASA DLR mission, if I'm not mistaken. The GRACE mission, and there was a Financial Times piece that just talked about how the mission worked, how the satellites work, because the satellites are in tandem, and they try to make it as simple as possible without taking away the science, which is very important, because it's science communication. And I got a message from someone, because I shared it on social media, that is there work about just visualizing things? Do you think that's a work that exists in the space industry? And I was like, yes, that is a work, because nobody is doing that today. All we're doing is just showing images, or we're showing graphs, or we're showing rockets and satellites, and that's about it. But if we were to communicate about the impact of climate change, I think we need to visualize better. We're collecting so much data now, so I think we need to also tell people that it's not the only career path, and there are a lot of other career paths, and so that they don't lose their interest, because they want to do something about it, they just don't know how.
So we have an interesting question here. I'm going to go for it's about controversy, and I think it's an interesting question, because they really were clearly listening to some of what we're saying. So if we say we need online controversy, if we're saying that's part of how we fix some of the SEO, the search engine optimization issues, climate change has no shortage of those.
Yep.
So space agencies, and I'll add this, other space organizations, typically right now they stay out of politics. But is that a mistake? Is this something that they should lean into? I'll start over here with our space reporters. What do you think?
Yeah, actually today I talked with President IAF and also Norwegian Space Agency, the Director General, and Azerbaijan Space Agency Director. And they all share the same message that there is no boundary in space. We all share the same planet, the Earth, and no matter what happening is any controversies or politics or here on Earth, we all need to work together to solve the problems. Because the space technology has a great potential to, for the solutions for climate change. And we have to understand it, and that is why we need to, work together to solve the problems, no matter any solutions. But even with controversies, we need to sit together and to talk and to find an effective way to, leave the controversies and find the solutions for the sharing data, how to make full use of the satellites, and to solve the problems with the limited resources.
Any other comments on that?
Well, so partially, the space endeavor is a scientific endeavor. So in general, science tries to shy away from political controversies if it can, especially when the controversy is completely scientifically unproven. I never met anyone from the space sector, whether an agency or not, that has never declared openly climate change is an issue and we are tackling it. Never. There's never been a single denier. And this morning, Dr. Ashbaka said, yeah, there are still some random scientists against that, but the space field is compact in that. So it's not that I don't think it's shy away from the controversy. It's fighting the controversy in its own way, which is data. Matter-of-fact, provable things. So yeah, they don't go in television on Teen Vogue saying, well, this is not true and throwing mud against others, but they do work endlessly and tirelessly to actually provide all the information that they can against these controversies. And there is something to add is, if we all maybe have some understanding of when the controversy becomes conspiracy. And that becomes a very dangerous area. And for scientists that work every day with real data, it becomes also a complex question to address. Because if I show you a picture of the Earth that is round, do I really want to spend 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 week, 6 weeks of my life convincing someone that there is a controversy behind that maybe it's flat? No, I don't want to. So I'm not sure I completely agree with the fact that we shy away from controversy. We do fight them in our own way with data.
Interesting. So we have just enough time for one last question. And we've actually got some really great ones online. And I'm kind of sad I can't get to all of these because there's some really specific, interesting things here. I think what I'm going to do is actually combine what I had planned as my last question and an audience question. So we have a question from the audience that says essentially, hey, there's a level of simplification that is needed to reach the public, but that is difficult when you're talking about science, when you want to be accurate enough to an expert perspective. And so I want to open this up for final thoughts. Say, you've been here for a day already. We've been talking about all sorts of these issues. What are your observations? How can we meet that challenge, and where can we improve? Ideally with some specific examples. So I definitely I'm open to observations as much as we've seen them today, but what is your departing message to this community? Say, okay, here's where we can make hopefully fairly immediate improvements. We'll just go around the room. We'll start over here.
Sure. I think one thing that I really believe in is what you said about simplification, but not oversimplification, especially in a subject like climate change, what we're talking about. The complexity of what we are conveying needs to be understood by the end user, that they need to understand. I don't think they need to be scientists, but they need to understand the concept of predictions. They need to understand the concept of probabilities. We can't expect them to understand, but then we need to find a way to convey that better, because it's not, there's science that needs to be decoded and demystified for the end user, and the process of that happening, that also needs to be conveyed, because what we don't want is, what I don't want also is a world where we end up in a black box where we just trust someone who says this is what it is, and we don't want to live in that world. I think end users will also, I think there'll be a lot of questions if you make it a black box. I guess the parting message is we need to convey that space is a solution for climate change, but it is not going to solve climate change. And people need to come in and take action based on what we are conveying, and what we are conveying has value in terms of making action happen.
So I'll first start by saying I'm really impressed by how many conversations we're having already on day one about communication. I'll tell you a very quick story. Crystal approached me last year to speak on a panel very similar to this at the Space Sustainability Conference in London. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but to our knowledge, I don't think we had ever talked about space communications like this at a conference like this, or it really wasn't a conversation at all. And so to have this conference where we have been talking about it literally all day long in various sessions that weren't specific for communication, but then to have a specific communication panel, and then to have an entire technical track on Thursday about that, like, it's incredible. So first of all, I just want to say I'm really pleased to see this conversation expanding. But in terms of, I completely agree on simplicity. So I want to do a quick poll of the room if you guys will interact with me. I know we're at the end of the day. So is anyone in here a graphic designer? Is anyone in here, let's say, an influencer, both either STEM or not STEM? Then yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. We got a couple. That's good. Is anyone in here from a social media company? Nope. Okay, cool. How many marketing or communications professionals are in here? One, two, three. Okay. Four. Okay. Yeah. And I think we can do better next time. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Last two closing thoughts, Emma?
So, yes. Want to add something to what you said. I completely agree the difference between simplify and oversimplify. I think too often in the mind of the scientists or the agencies, simplify and oversimplify is the same thing. They are not the same thing. You can still reduce the concept from 10 to 1, and that single concept can still be true and scientifically correct. But simplification is important. It's fundamental. I will also add something else. Light it up. Yes, to be a bit more engaging, a bit more light. It doesn't have to be heavy. It can be engaging in a light way. It should be, because this is how people get drawn to that. And I will add the last one. To me, when it comes to communication, contamination with art is the way for a new way to communicate, because art is more immediate than science. Okay, this is why kids like to draw immediately. They don't build rockets, at least not physically speaking, you know? So bring in painters, musicians, digital artists, filmmakers, poets, writers, whoever you want to, but this will help to light it up and find a common new ground to create together a new language of communication.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And our last thoughts.
Yes, today we talked with the policymakers, the scientists, and what really impressed me most is that the time, the urgency of climate and actions and space. We all know the potentials of space technologies, but now the question is how to use these technologies to put that into action, to walk the talk, to put all the words and all our discussions, our topics can be into concrete measures. We can work together to make that measures to be turned into real actions. I think that's why we need to communicate with the public. What are the potential challenges? How to make that into actions? What do we work together? I think the time and also other challenges for these topics in the space and climate actions.
Absolutely. Well, thank you to my panelists for engaging with me on this topic, for scaring us a little bit, offering also some very concrete concepts and ideas for how we can communicate and tell our stories and integrate more, and hopefully get out ahead of some of this so that we don't end up with an investment in a workforce and additional problems to what we already have now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
What an amazing panel that was. A big thanks to Crystal for organizing this, and a big thanks to all the speakers here. May I ask you also for a group picture in front here? Yeah, we've actually, for the second time in a global space conference, organized a panel on space communication. And it looks that this is something which we need to continue to do also in the future. Can we get this off?
I explained a little bit during the plenary session what is SCO, is Space Climate Observatory, launched 4 years ago by the French President Emmanuel Macron. And it is a very good tool to deal with very concrete projects at very specific places, not to deal in general study of the Earth system, but to deal with very concrete places and the impact of climate change in these places. And so it was launched 4 years ago, officially. We have already 37 members, 36, and since some minutes 37, and then we will have the 38 member of the SCO, which is very important for us. We were as an initiative at CNES, but the SCO doesn't belong to CNES. It belongs to the members, and it is important for them to deal with the new governance of the SCO, to deal with the definition and the decision about the project to be selected and how to work together, because it's not only a collection of separated projects, it's a whole ensemble of projects interconnected and with people working together to be stronger against the global warming. And so the next member of SCO is the Norwegian Space Agency, and I'm happy to ask Christian to be here.
Thank you, Lionel. We are all excited about signing today, Space Climate Observatory. We did sign the letter of intent a year and a half ago at the IAC in Dubai. Our perspective on this, very briefly, is that, first of all, it's really a global initiative. Drawing at the common resources, all countries that are signing on to this agreement want to pitch in because we know that together we are stronger, and all countries, small or large, who have some kind of application or some kind of system or initiative that can support the climate issue should be a part of this agreement. So we are a contributor. We believe that things that have been mentioned today, I mean, the NICFI program has been mentioned several times, is an example of how this could work. We are pooling our resources. We engage our government. We engage our industries. And we say, this is for the common good. Same with the Blue Justice initiatives. We have applications for monitoring our own seas that can be used to fight illegal fisheries. So this is also pooling and sharing. I really think that's an excellent element of the Space Climate Observatory. So I'm more than happy than signing today.
Thanks a lot, Christian. Congratulations, and for the overall good, welcome to school.
I need a pen. All right, where does that?
Thank you very much, Lionel. And now we are very pleased to move to the second signature event. And for this one, I'm very pleased to see that the Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, has joined us. So over to you. Please use the mic here for the next announcement of the signature event.
Good. Thank you, Christian. Just a couple of words, because the main actors are the ones signing the joint statement. So what we are signing is a joint statement for the responsible use of space. We have signed the first version, or the original version of this document at the occasion of the Ministerial Conference 2022 in November last year. And it was signed by 23 members, which is a mix of companies, institutions, agencies that have signed, all the major airspace companies, but also the major space agencies. Of course, ESA was the one preparing it, but also national space agencies have signed this joint statement. So I'm very happy today to invite some more signatories and a number of colleagues on stage. And let me make sure I get my list right, that I get it also in the right order. So I'm very glad to first of all invite Christian Hogli Hansen from the Norwegian, Director General of the Norwegian Space Agency. Hi, Christian. Then I understand that Portugal is not represented. Is that correct? Yeah. Then Manuel Osterlink, head of CEO Office of and Institutional Relations from Arianespace. Hello. Then Nick Shave, Managing Director, Astroscale Limited. Then Kathy Soranzo, Head of Communications, Group Absolute. And last but not least, Antoine Rostand, President and Founder of Kairos. And I just hear...
Yeah, I'm representing Kairos.
Kairos, very good. Huh?
Yeah, Antoine Benoit.
And I hear that there's a last edition, last but not least, once more, Will Marshall from Planet signing as well. Will. And the Director General Grzegorz Wrochna from the Director General of the Polish Space Agency. So I'm just checking with my support team whether there are any updates on the names. No, this is the complete list. So I suggest to really go to the signature, but Andrea, you may want to say a couple of words on the purpose, what we do, what we have done so far, and introduce the content of the joint statement for responsible use of space.
Thank you, Josef. Thanks everybody to be here. So the statement for a responsible space sector was taking birth last year formally in November 2021, as the Director General was saying, but actually we started working very much earlier with the partners and the signatory of the statement. So the statement is about values, is about principles, but it's also about concrete objectives. We want to progress towards a more responsible space sector, covering all the aspects and facets of sustainability. Sustainability from space, sustainability of space activities, and the space for sustainability. So I'm very much glad to have our new friends here around the table ready to sign the statement and be engaged in contributing to the works of the community of the statement for a responsible space sector.
So I suggest we go to the very important element of signing. So please, I suggest that we do this one by one, probably in the order as we have just lined up the signatories here on stage. So Christian, please. You like the music? Next one would be Manuel Osterschlink, please. Then Nick Schaaf. Kathy Soranzo. Then Antoine Benoit, standing in for the president and founder, Mr. Antoine Rostand. Then Grzegorz Wrośna, Polish Space Agency. And this time really last but not least, Will Marshall, CEO of Planet. So this would conclude the signature ceremony. There is a small drink offered at the ESA stand. But before I close and we go to the celebration part, first of all, thank you for signing this charter. It's a very important one because it is, as we all know, and this is the place here where we have really highlighted the importance of sustainability and responsible use of space. So thank you for your commitment, because it will be a commitment that you have to take. And I've asked Andrea, what have we done between the last signing, that was in November last year, and now, which is 5 months and a bit more, in order to see that we really make progress. And he gave me a list of the work that is, of course, ongoing, but some of the achievements that have been done so far. First of all, a corporate responsibility code of conduct was defined and was actually approved by the ESA IPC committee, which is one of our member state committee, and will now be brought forward to the ESA Council for approval in June, and Christian will be one of them, hopefully approving the new code of conduct for the corporate responsibility in terms of code of conduct. The second action that has been taken, and is of course an ongoing action, is that the European space sector has evaluated the carbon footprint of its activities. Of course, the first step is the evaluation. The next step is reduction. But the evaluation exercise is ongoing, and certainly during the evaluation process already, I'm told by Andrea, already steps have been discussed and even undertaken to reduce the carbon footprint in the various companies and agencies that have signed so far. And the third progress is LCA and co-design, life cycle assessment, where common practices and roadmaps are being defined, really going from system design all the way to the end of life. And this, of course, needless to say, is an extremely important exercise, because throughout the whole system of space infrastructure, life cycle assessments are important, and we have to look into all these steps to keep our carbon footprint as small as possible. And this is a commitment that all of them have taken, and now you have taken as well. So thank you once more. Last round of applause for joining this charter or this joint statement. Thank you very much.
Can we have a group picture still here with all of you?
Group picture, and then follow Andrea outside to the drink.
So if you could line up here and get together in one line as close as possible. Isa in the middle. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of today's program. And for those who are joining us for the gala dinner, the buses will in 30. There will be, yes, 19:30. Did I say something else? At 19 already. Okay, the first one, but there will be several buses. And we are convening the conference tomorrow again in the morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being with us. See you tomorrow.